Perfect. So, welcome back, everyone. This is the third day of our Responsible Quantum Technologies Conference, the fifth edition. And today is we are changing tracks again. And the theme of today is more about, education, ethics education, ethical, legal, social aspects, outreach, art and science. So, softer topics compared to yesterday. And with that being said, I would like to, first share his presentation and then give the floor to Alex, whom at least some of you already know from the previous years.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Zeki, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for showing up early for a new session today. And maybe as a word of introduction, I should present myself. So my name is Alexandre Artaud, and as you can hear, I'm French, but I actually work in the Netherlands at the TU Delft. And what I would like to present to you today are various efforts that have been put in the education of quantum, and in particular, to make this education as ethical and responsible as possible. So I would like to start this presentation by first reviewing the 6 pillars of responsible research and innovation, because this is essentially my motivation for today's talk. So I guess that most of you are already very familiar with the 6 pillars of RRI. They were developed from the vision of René van Schomberg already more than 10 years ago. And this translates into EU policy as 6 pillars. Well, the first one being research ethics, having a research that is societally relevant and that supports scientific integrity. Science education, so outreach in order to recruit, attract a diverse crowd of students to scientific careers. And an emphasis on diverse here, because it's also about supporting EDI, so equality, diversity, and inclusion, which is still something that we strongly support in the European Union. There is, of course, open access, such that the result of our research is accessible to everyone. That's something that was reminded to us yesterday by Claudia with the right to science. There are also all of the governance issues. And finally, there is the aspect of public engagement, in the sense that we have a duty to inform the citizens of the research that is going on, but at the same time, the citizens need to inform us about their expectations about the outcomes of this technology. So personally, as an educator, all of this is a challenge because actually, the perspectives of RRI are actually not very well supported already, for example, in the Dutch policymakers, as was shown in this paper here, published in 2023. So my personal challenge is how to foster these values, how to support them such that the next generation of the quantum workforce will be better equipped in order to develop responsible quantum technologies. So I'm going to essentially give you first a very quick and not exhaustive review of educational efforts that have been done in quantum. And then I will introduce to you, efforts that have been done within and outside curricula to make this education as ethical and supporting responsibility as possible. So let's start with the fact that there is actually these days a boom going on in the education on quantum technologies. So you can see, to some extent on this graph, that since around 2019, the number of master's programs that address specifically quantum technologies has strongly increased. And in particular, I'd like to emphasize the fact that these master's programs are not under the umbrella of physics, as it would be traditionally done. More and more, this is about interdisciplinarity, combining the different expertises of electrical engineering, physics, computer sciences. And so it requires from us educators to work more together and to align our different objectives. There is also an increasing involvement in industry in this education. So this can be done directly as part of the curriculum. So as an example, what we do at the TU Delft is we have these so-called joint interdisciplinary projects where we have industry providing us cases, and then interdisciplinary teams of students So students coming from different faculties at the master level need to come up with a solution to these industry problems. And there is also events, hackathons taking place outside of the curricula, but are actually instrumental in helping the students, let's say, connecting all of the dots, empowering them to solve really societally relevant cases. So I want here to, for example, cover the Deloitte Quantum Climate Challenge, which supports this idea of quantum for good, because it is about developing use cases that are geared towards climate action, in this case, for quantum computing. This doesn't stop there. There are also standardization efforts that have been deployed. So last year we had Franziska Greinert presenting her work on this, and well, shout out to her. Here showing the example of the proficiency triangle, which is a tool to actually see that there are different axes in which you can improve your expertise in quantum. So there is the, let's say, the traditional one of quantum concepts, the quantum physics of it all, but there is also all the aspects of engineering, quantum hardware and quantum software, and also the aspects of applications and strategies, which is this third axis here on the right. And final point I'd like to cover are these so-called enhancements of curricula. And in that sense, I cannot emphasize enough how important smaller programs like the minor programs are in order to empower our students. The thing I observe personally at the TU Delft is that we have a lot of computer science students going into the quantum master program and very few electrical engineers. And I believe it really relates to the fact that students have the possibility of being introduced to quantum earlier in their studies, and therefore building up the confidence to apply to these new programs. Also, outside of the curricula, well, I've mentioned the hackathons and other events, but there is also online courses that you can take. The example here being DigiIQ, so the Digitally Enhanced Quantum Technology Master, which provides different modules for the students following a master's program. So all of this brought together, I hope, convey the message that there is a real change of culture in education, and it is both a challenge for us, the educators, and for the students. And I tend to see it as, both an opportunity and a risk. Well, the opportunity being that we can now have a blended education in which responsibility, ethics is present everywhere, but at the same time, there is a risk of having students developing a very utilitarian approach to education, seeing it as a checklist, and they essentially check whatever they're really interested in and don't see the big picture that we're trying to convey with these programs. So that's why I would like to present to you, well, different efforts to address this opportunity and this risk that I have, in some cases, been involved in. So to do that, I'd like to quickly introduce you to the Quantum Master Program that we have developed at the TU Delft. It's been running for now 2 years, and it's actually co-organized by the TU Delft and the University of Leiden. It's a multidisciplinary master's program in the sense that we welcome students from various backgrounds, so physics, but also mathematics, electrical engineering, and computer science. And this is essentially how the master's program is set up. So because of this multidisciplinary aspect, we spend the beginning of the program putting everyone up to the same speed for this homologation process. Afterwards, the students take the core courses of the master program, and later on they specialize in one of the 3 branches of quantum technologies by selecting their elective courses and later on taking part to a larger team project and doing their thesis project. So the first year we had 20 students. We're now at around 40 students, and we expect our numbers to still grow in the coming years. So as I said earlier, my motivation is responsibility, ROI, and how to foster it. So from a curriculum perspective, well, I need to explain to you that this is not the only objective. This fits in a broader picture of transferring our broad skill sets that is useful to the students. And we usually visualize that with these little pictograms here. So in practice, what that means is that if you have a look at the overall curriculum, we're going to see how these skills are addressed and assessed in the curriculum. So very practically speaking, this is how it looks like. So this is the list of courses that have been developed specifically for a master's program. And you see which of the skills are addressed in each of the courses. And as far as the ROI pillars are concerned, this is mostly addressed in two different venues. So on the one hand, there is what I would say learning by doing, in the sense that it's about applying ROI in project-based courses. And on the other hand, there is the aspect of, well, studying and learning about this. And this is mostly done in a dedicated course called Equipping the Quiz Professional, and that I presented already last year. I would still like to briefly summarize the approach of that course. So essentially, it has two main learning objectives. The first one being career orientation, so supporting our students in figuring out their essential strategy for the future, a professional one. And on the other hand, there is all the aspects of ethics. So basically empowering them, equipping them to discuss ethical, societal, scientific integrity issues that pertain to quantum information science and technology. So practically speaking, the way that I do this is by following this little program. So you see it's the ethics is covered in an 8-week module. And what I like to emphasize here is that on week 2, we start by this main activity of the program, which is this ethical role-play deliberation. And the first one is really scaffolded. I essentially give them a brief of what their stakeholder believe on the controversy that we need to discuss, such that they have, that I clarify the expectations that I have for them. And then later on, they can prepare the second deliberation that we have at the end of the module. And for this one, well, they have to do all the homework, read the literature, inform themselves, and try to figure out what their stakeholder agenda and take is on this controversy. So the way that this role-play deliberation takes place is with this essential setup. So it's with a tiny group of students, 10 people. And while the 10 first people are deliberating at the center, the other 10 are observing the deliberation. So it's a 40-minute deliberation, and afterwards we have a 20-minute debrief to analyze what went on, what was omitted, what was really over-discussed in the deliberation. Okay, moving on, I would also like to emphasize the numerous efforts that have been done outside of conventional curricula to better support ethics and responsibility. And I would describe them as building bridges, essentially. So there are people who are building bridges between nations, and well, Q-World is an excellent example of that. So they provide mentorship programs, Q-Cousin, they provide research trainings with Q-Intern. And well, last year, there was this initiative, Securo, that took place on the campus of the TU Delft. And I was honored to take part to it. There are actually two people in this room who are actually taking part to this workshop, so Unggul and Angelina. And well, I recommend that you go talk to them about their perspective on this. In particular, something that resonated with me yesterday was what Anna talked about, people not feeling confident about their issues and feeling the need to talk about this. Well, we actually had a serious game to address this, which is called the Campfire Talk, and I actually brought the game with me. So please come see what this serious game looks like. I would be pleased to show you how this is played. There are also people building bridges between minoritized groups. So there are many mentorship opportunities that exist out there. So this is by and large not an exhaustive list. So we have WICKED, Women in Quantum Development, which is based in the Netherlands. And well, it's not only about women because they have an intersectional approach, actually. There's Diversity in Quantum based in the United States. And there is also the Quantum Ethics Project, also based in the US. And well, Josie Meyer will, I hope, tell us more about this today later on. And finally, there are people also building bridges between different visions. So I advertised the Deloitte Quantum Challenge earlier, and they have an approach which is really about the outcomes, serving a quantum for good and having use cases that serve climate action. Well, another approach to this is what is done by the Quantum Energy Initiative, where we have people who are actually trying to quantify what is the carbon footprint of the different quantum technologies, such that they can better inform the decisions to be made in the technological development. All right. So to summarize everything that I've told you, I hope that I've conveyed the message that there is a rapid development in the education of quantum. That's making this education responsible, or fostering responsibility with this education, takes many different forms, either within and outside of conventional curricula. And well, essentially my last message for you is bridge builders, welcome. There is a lot to be done in this direction. I think that this type of education is extremely relevant. And so, well, we need more brain power and initiative in this direction. And with this, I'd like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Alex. So, questions? Spiller.
Thank you. That was super interesting. I have two questions, or one question, one suggestion. The question is, to what extent is what you presented unusual, this master's degree that you designed, or is that a broader trend that you see in education in the natural sciences, or also more broadly at universities? And the second one, a suggestion, if you want to do even more creation of bridges, you could also include the bridge to the social science world. We'd love to have interns from the technical sciences in institutions like CIPRI. When we've done that, I think it's been mutually very beneficial. So that could also be a very interesting collaboration to do that. And more broadly, to also involve the link to the policy world, if that was of interest to people. Maybe invite some diplomats, so people don't find that world so foreign. So that was another suggestion. Thanks.
Oh, a lot of things to say. So there is a trend in developing this quantum master's program. Like, as I've shown, the numbers are developing very quickly. So this is definitely part of a larger trend. What I would say, on the other hand, is original is, you know, embedding ethics in every aspect of education as much as possible. This is not being done, you know, all over the board. In practice, you know, the teachers of physics, of math, well, they first and foremost want to teach their core learning objectives, and they don't feel very empowered to address social issues that are more complicated for them to address. That being said, I mean, I'm very proud that at the TU Delft, we do have a small module on ethics, because actually that resonates with the students and enables us to address real big questions in this. And yeah, connecting a bridge with the social sciences is, well, a no-brainer for me. I mean, I'm not an ethicist, I'm not a social scientist, but as much as possible, I want to convey this message to the students that, for example, what you said yesterday, when you try to have multi-stakeholder conversation, every stakeholder comes to the table with their own agenda, with their own objectives, and that they should not be naive about the fact that, well, we need to find some kind of compromise about all of this. And my personal surprise is that the students actually are very interested in this. And we had many of our students who wanted to contribute to the social sciences, be involved in diplomacy. So I will relay your message and tell them to basically go take contact with CIPRI and other such organizations, because, well, there seems to be also demand on your side.
Thank you. So,
short one. While looking on the graph how the master programs develop, I feel like this question, do we need them or not, is still not fully answered. I don't know what your answer to this would be, but do you see like is still a growing, or is there some saturation? Because in this curve, you couldn't really see how the development is. What would you say?
I think these master's programs are needed because the traditional ones, well, are the ones that I experienced as a student. So they're not really addressing quantum as an interdisciplinary aspects. It's really, you see the physics and then you see the math, and you don't make the connections. It's really important to completely change this approach and to tear down all of the walls between the disciplines to really empower the students to come up with, you know, good ideas.
So this is a data artifact that you kind of see like a saturation there. What did you get? Don't know.
I cannot see the future.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. It's super interesting to see how this grows and grows. I mean, you were talking 2 years ago already about how to include ethics in this in the classes, and now there's this fully sketched out seminar plan, and also with the different exercises and everything is super cool. It's super interesting to see. One part of me is also like working at the TU Berlin, where we also do ethics courses for technologists or developers. I would love to like bring you in conversation with those people there and just to exchange ideas. But actually, I had one, like just a short comment and also a question for something aside. The comment is first, thank you for bringing up the 6 pillars of RI, because I noticed that technology ethics is actually not in there. And this is super interesting in a way, because of course we have research ethics, which is just looking at, you know, taking care of integrity and privacy and all of that. But technology ethics in the way of, okay, what are possible consequences of technology? How might change society? Appears not in the 6 pillars of RI. This is, yeah, interesting for me. I'm not familiar with this particular work from Schomburg. And then the question was on one of your slides, you had irresponsible R&I. What is that? Can you say something about that? That was an interesting concept.
Okay, so about the comments, yes, I agree. This is about responsible research and innovation, so not technological development per se. So I guess that's why it's not listed there, I suppose. The irresponsible R&I is it's the activity. So I give a lecture to introduce what RRI is, where it comes from, what it is about. But you know, this is kind of theoretical. It doesn't really speak to the students that well. So I think the better way to cover that is to explain what irresponsible research and innovation looks like. And so we basically have a look at examples from the past. I give them excerpts of documentaries that cover, well, big scandals. So one is, for example, the use of asbestos everywhere, or the use of lead in gasoline. Like, these are examples where we knew very early on this was extremely bad for the general population, and yet we went with this anyway. So that raises the question, how could we have done differently, and how, you know, how we should have geared these things differently. And in that way, they see the relevance of RRI way better.
Yeah, thanks for the for the talk. So just one quick question. I remember talking to some educators, professors, at least in Germany, in quantum technologies or quantum science, and they told me that the student numbers are going down and they struggle to get enough students for these fields. And it changed a few years ago, apparently, where the hype is now peaked and then it goes on. I just wonder what your experiences with that and what your thoughts on that.
Well, I don't have, well, the general statistics, so I can only give you an opinion that is vibe-based, so not really scientifically informed. But my personal experience is like when I studied physics 10, 15 years ago, we were a bit the losers. Like, we were like 10 people who were struggling to open courses because there were too few of us. And here we are 10 years later in the same institution where I studied. Now what was labeled physics at the time is now labeled quantum, and it's now the largest group. There are 150 students. So in some way, you know, I think that quantum is sort of siphoning numbers from other disciplines. The students that would have gone, I don't know, into physics or chemistry are now rather going into quantum because this is more appealing. And well, if this can increase the total numbers a little bit, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a good thing because we need more engineers in general.
So I think Simon can give a bit more data-based response to that. And I also think he has a question, but as a general thing, I think COVID had an impact because at KIT, we know that during COVID and after COVID, the total number of students fell as well. So it's not just a quantum issue. So Simon, would you like to speak?
Yes, no, thanks so much, and for showing also the figures about the master programs. Yeah, I think that that we have seen. So I'm involved in the DigiQ project, and I'll speak more a little bit about it later in my presentation. But we've certainly seen an oversubscription to the programs that we have part of the DigiQ, which are 16 masters in Europe. So we haven't seen any issue with a lack of student interest in the area, rather the contrary. There seems to be rather more interest, and because of the potentially people have seen the sort of the impact of AI and these other kind of advanced technologies, and they think that quantum is an exciting area to study. So particularly when we have these masters which are more in the engineering and the social science and the computer science, sorry, they tend to have students who are quite interested. So haven't seen any issue with that.
Do you have a question?
No, I just wanted to add to the discussion. But thank you for the nice presentation.
Yeah, thanks. So one very quick final question from.
I just wanted to ask, so when I was studying physics, we had in our bachelor program philosophy of science, and part what we had it first on a third year, and our feedback was that it was too late. We felt like that the discussions were so much more relevant on the first year when we were still contemplating. At the third year, we already kind of knew what we want to do. Whereas, like, I think those examples, as you said, with how what are those mistakes, how you can carry your research, or what the technology would be impact if it's not responsible. We felt it was kind of late to hear it on a third year. We felt like we already developed a lot of thoughts on our own. So that would be my thought, like what type of group you've been, what's your feedback like from the students on your program?
So I'm giving my course to master students. So indeed, very late in their education. And I agree with you that, ethics, responsibility is something that we should address throughout the entire curriculum from the first year. If you ask me, I think we should even start, all the first year students should do during the first week, an entire week dedicated to social issues, climate science, so that they understand why they need to study science. Because, well, so they feel empowered to address the real issues from the very beginning, rather than, entering with a form of technological enthusiasm and then realize as the years pass that they had formed, well, maybe inappropriate ideas about what the world is and what the world needs.
First year, we thought it was just coming too late.
Okay, so with that, let's thank Alex again. And our next speaker is Ismet from the Braunschweig. Last year and previous years, I think you heard from Franziska, but this year we have someone from the same team, but not Franziska. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I just... there we got it. Yes, thank you for the nice introduction. Today I want to give some updates on the European Competence Framework and want to present you the Qt project and the Quantum+ course. And at the end, give you an overview of what we think about responsible quantum education. But first of all, let's start with who we are. So in the mid, you see Rainer Müller, the head of our department, the physics education. Next to him, Franziska Greinert. She did a tremendous work on developing the European Competence Framework, and you might know her maybe from last year. She had a talk, as Vicky already said. And yeah, the last one, my person. Oh, yes, I'm working in the QT project, and I'm developing and evaluating courses for the industry on quantum technologies, of course. Yes, and this is in a way the summary of the presentation today, because at the beginning I want to start with what she has done and is doing, afterwards what I have done and I'm doing, and at the end I will give an overview picture on responsible quantum education from our perspective. So I would say let's start with the European Competence Framework. Maybe a first question, who already knew the European Competence Framework? Nice, very nice. So yes, the European Competence Framework aims to give a common language, a common reference framework for quantum technologies education. And I don't want to get deep into its development steps. It's just important to take away that it took long years of evaluation cycles, feedback, and empirical results. So it's nothing that we developed in our dark chamber somewhere in Braunschweig, but something that arose from the community with quite a lot of work. Its current version is the version 2.5. It will be updated next week on World Quantum Day, hopefully. But it consists mainly on of two aspects. On the one hand, the content map, which shows different domains, subdomains, and topics and subtopics. And here we already got a connection to the conference because one of our topics is ethics as well. Yeah, here, ethics under 8.4 at the moment. In the next version, it will be under 8.3 because we will switch some topics, so there will be some little changes, but the overall picture will stay the same. So at the moment, we have ethics and responsibility there. And in the next version, there will be like education and more educational focus. But we got it. So it's part of the European Competence Framework. It's important in our view. And then we have the proficiency triangle, which was in a way kindly introduced by the speaker before. So here we really have like three main parts: the quantum concepts, so in a way the theoretical view, the quantum technologies, hardware and software engineering, in a way the engineering and building part, and the quantum technologies applications and strategies. And as you can see here, I hope that you see it in the background too, we have here different levels like A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, and so on. And what we aim to do with this proficiency triangle is to build different qualification profiles that we extracted from the interviews, which were done last year. And here I just have like some examples. For example, you are a QT-aware person, meaning that you have a basic knowledge in all these three aspects. Or if you are a QT practitioner, that means you have quite an expert level of knowledge in the engineering part, but in basic knowledge in the other parts. And like this, we have like different qualification profiles where the different parts are more or less marked so that you can see on which level a person is in a different qualification. But as I said, this is the current version, the version 2.5, and we will update it in the near future. And one thing that we want to add there is the certification scheme, which will be an extra document. So not officially a part of the European Competence Framework, but something additionally. And I just added here a sample page of it here for the A1 level in QT applications and strategies. And the certification scheme is built up within three aspects, meaning at the beginning we start with the content, the knowledge, the skills that are required for this one level. Afterwards, we name some sample examinations. For example, here reflect on hype, list potential of quantum technologies, or select potential applications. for aspects that fit to this conference too, of course. And afterwards, some sample tasks, which the people should be able to solve if they are in the level. And our goal is to, in a way, take the first steps of standardizing the education and be able to measure the level of a person. And to really say, okay, you are in A1 level, and in A1 level, you should be able to solve these types of tasks or these types of examinations. And we see this as an important aspect of responsible quantum education too, to have a standardized and fair education for everyone, and to really summarize it within a competence framework or some type of reference framework. And these are the first steps, as I said. Another quite important aspect for us is to counter misconceptions. I don't know how many physics educators we are in this room, but misconceptions are quite important in physical education and in science education in general. And because of this, we developed the quantum myth course within the KIT-ITAS project, and I will just start with the KIT-ITAS project and come to the course later. So about the KIT-ITAS project, the objectives, the aim is to develop and evaluate courses for the industry on quantum technologies and to provide a guideline so that we can scale up the work afterwards on a European level. And as TU Braunschweig, we already developed the basic rules of quantum course, which is an introductory course, which just like connects the theory of quantum physics with a certain quantum technology. And this course is already published, so you could even open it and have an insight. And we developed now the quantum myth course. It is not published yet, but it will be in the near future. So you see a lot of things are happening in the future and not now, but it is finito and it will be published soon. And then we got like some other courses which we are working on or which are concepted in the future, hopefully. Coming to the, here you see like the KIT-ITAS courses in general, and it's not really in a good position here, but if you want to get to the sites, please just come to me in the lunch break or whenever you want, and I will give you the QR code or the homepage, it's no problem. So to the quantum myth course, we thought of 6 different myths on quantum computers. These are just like generalized statements, which are mostly wrong, or let me not say wrong, but it's not really right. So it's not right, but not wrong. It has its right aspects and its wrong aspects. It's more like something that comes with all these types. For example, quantum computers can decrypt everything or will replace classical computers or something like that. And the content is really like these 6 myths in an audio course format. So meaning that you download an audio file or can listen to an audio file on the website and do some exercises afterwards. And the reason is really that we aim to give a type of flexibility to the learner, because our target group is the industry, and the industry kind of needs this flexibility to be able to learn what they want, wherever they want and whenever they want. And such a type of audio course is, at least for this type of content, very good, because I mean, it's not going deep into the physical and mathematical aspects, but tries to really describe the important things in a qualitative manner. Another aim is to raise awareness and critical thinking. So to really be able to say, okay, I got a statement here, and everyone will get a statement anytime. What does the statement say? Is it right? Is it wrong? What is right and what is wrong? And to really be able to not just believe it and go behind the hype, but to think about it and in a way try to explain it to yourself. And lastly, we try to force the learners to apply it to a scenario, meaning that you really have some exercises where it is written like, yeah, you are the CEO of XYZ. Now decide, do you want to use a classical computer or a quantum computer for this one particular scenario? Yeah, and this is a quantum myth course, and as I said, it's more like trying to counteract different myths and misconceptions, something that we see quite important, something that is part of the physical education as well, at least the traditional physics education. And to summarize the presentation, I just would like to divide the slide into two parts. On the one hand, the aspects that are directly associated with responsible quantum education, and on the other hand, the aspects that are like more on a meta perspective. So starting with the direct things that are just like the typical things like teaching the ethical use of quantum technologies, teaching the impact of quantum technologies, the influence of quantum technologies, teaching the responsible use of quantum technologies, raising awareness, critical thinking, and decision making. And these are all things like, yeah, we want to teach them because they are important to know. It is important to teach them. And they are already partly a part of the European Competence Framework and the KIT-ITAS or the Quantum Myth course. But on the other hand, we would like to take a step behind and look at the meta perspective, because if we speak about responsible quantum technologies, we don't speak about quantum computers solving ethical problems. We speak about risks, benefits, advantages, disadvantages, problems, societal impact, and so on. And I think that we should speak, when speaking about responsible quantum education, about the risks of education, of bad education or good education too, and speak about a uniform education, of the consequences if we don't have it, a fair education, or the consequences if we don't have a fair education, a competence-based education, responsibility, not in the manner of the responsible use of something, but more like the responsibility that we educators, researchers, or institutions have, because whenever we invent something and publish it, we might understand it, but the people mostly will not. It will have a societal impact in influence, and it will raise misconceptions, especially in the terms of quantum technologies. And with these words, I hope I didn't spend too much time. I would like to end my presentation, and thank you for your attention.
So we have time for a few questions. Yes, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and it's always really nice to see how the framework and everything expands. I'm curious about your perception about what business schools should do if they want to include quantum education, because they are starting to be interested into this. They are even thinking courses, and they're not really looking into this. So do you think they should go all in and really put following the framework, or adding more maybe smaller courses and more introductory to what they already do? What is your view on that?
I mean, the industry is already doing quite a lot of educational stuff. And I think it would be a great step if they use our competence framework, which is already used by quite a lot of persons. So to give some numbers, I think we have like 3,000 downloads or something like that. We get feedback from around the world. So that could be a nice way to start towards this one aspect that I called with the uniform education, to have it everywhere in a uniform matter, in a fair matter.
sorry, my question is how not industry, business schools, like within universities, programs of economics, finances, how do you suggest them to start using the framework?
Yeah, they could start with connecting the courses they develop with the aspects of the competence framework. And we already got that too. For example, in the DGQ project, you can see that they developed the course and wrote there, like, for example, it is part of competence framework 5.3, for example. And in the same way, they could do it too, to just like connect it in a way to the competence framework. They don't have to really go point by point. That's, I mean, I think it would be too much work, but at least that they connect it somewhere that you as a learner have an insight into what this course will teach you in a way. Really say like, okay, it will be about quantum communication, QRNG, and it will tell you something about superposition and entanglement, for example. Thank you. Thank you too.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation. I am interested in the myth that you give, because I think especially in the myth number 4, it is like a like the quantum computers calculate all the solution in a parallel manner. Maybe because it is also we found it also in how people explain how quantum computer works to the lay people. It's not really right. And my question is, how do you come up with 6 myths?
We had a survey on experts and asked them for myth or for misconceptions, misunderstandings in the quantum world. And from there, we extracted these 6 myths. And as you see, they are all about quantum computers. And the reason is not that we just said quantum computer is the only important thing. It's just that the most myths are about quantum computers, and the other technologies are maybe important, but not that much on hype at the moment. And for example, on this 4th myth, you're right that is something that arose from wrong explanations, like saying, okay, you have a quantum computer and the classical computer goes way by way, one after another, but the quantum computer is able to go all ways at once. So, and there you got your myth, your misconceptions in a way. It's not really right, but it's not really wrong. It's something in between, and we try to explain.
So you got this myth from the experts?
Yes, from the experts. So there was like a meeting, and at the end of the meeting, we asked them to answer our survey, to have a look on it. And from there, we extracted these myths. Yeah. Thank you.
One final question and a quick answer, and then.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to ask also with in relation to Alexandre's presentation, when we talk about critical thinking and reflecting on ethical principles, I mean, I think it's interesting to tap into the space of unethical or reflecting on unethical behaviors. And I'm curious in how far you are stepping into that conflict to maybe identify key breaking points of the, actionability of ethical principles.
In a way, as I said, the ethics is more like a part of the European competence framework, and how you apply it to teaching or to learning something is something that you really do one by one on each course developer itself. So we at now just like have this course and not a course on ethics. So yeah, this is not on ethics as well. But if you do a course on ethics, then you're right. We should think about unethical aspects to speak about them, to have both perspectives. But on the competence framework itself, it's just like that we got this topic of ethics and responsibility and education, and not the other perspective. If I understood your question right, hopefully.
And with that being said, let's thank our speaker again.
just throw me out. Okay. Then, hi, everybody. I'm Emily. I'm a PhD student. I'm working at Covestro, a material science company, and then academically affiliated to Technical University of Hamburg-Harburg, and now at the MPQ in Garching as well. And so I'm really glad to finally make it to ResQT in person. I've given a lot of online talks in the past now, but I'm really glad to actually be here. So I think Alex was here on Monday, and he was telling you about PushQuantum that I'm here representing. And so I think you heard more generally that we're active in a lot of different areas. About 4 or 5 years ago, our main focus was on the entrepreneurship side. And that has now kind of still stayed as a key tenet throughout our activities, that it's mostly become more about sort of people having their own initiative. And so people can join us with their own ideas of things that they want to fill the gap in that they see existing, that they would like to see implemented. And we can essentially give them the resources and support them in making that happen. And likewise, people can join sort of to create this community around these ideas that they can get involved in other people's projects. And it leads to just quite a rich community that we're building, all sort of student-led from a community of students. And I wanted to talk to you today about our outreach efforts. So this is centralized through a BMBF grant we got about a year ago, and that's in this like Quantum+ funding measure that is partnered with all of these great institutions along the top here. The main one being the Deutsches Museum is leading most of the activities. And so as is natural for museums, most of our activities are then in person. It's kind of the whole idea of the grant really is quite still experimental, that we're coming up with formats for science communication and trying them out. So there's sort of these two parts, that we want to take people with a quantum background and train them in science communication. And then we want to take people with science communication background and train them in quantum. And then we want to find people in the public and sort of bring these two sides together to raise quantum awareness for the public, and then bring all of us together in one room to actually talk about sort of our hopes, our reservations, what we feel about the technology, where we might like to see it going. And PushQuantum then is also trying to take these in-person activities and make this digital twin through our website, that we can create a sort of centralized learning platform. So obviously there's a lot going out there, and we want to be able to sort of highlight these and give credit to other institutions and kind of give a place that people can come in the way that they come to a museum to just try and out of interest learn something, can see kind of what the general landscape of quantum is, what might be of interest to them, and be able to keep diving as and if they like. And PushQuantum at each of these events, since we're made up of these sort of young researchers with quantum backgrounds of some sort, some interest in quantum, we're really providing this sort of personal touch to it, that it's a really sort of like providing a face to all of the research going on. So our core activity that I say is this more experimental side, so-called Quantum Tuesdays. So this is the sort of no week without quantum. So really every week for the next, like since a year and carrying on for the next 2 years, we are having some quantum event happening at one of our partners. And so the idea of the grant, the name is this like Quantum Räume. So each of our partners have their own rooms that they sort of like have these Quantum Tuesdays take place in. So for example, at some of the research institutions, that might be in their labs, or sort of like showing really hands-on experiments with people, and they've created sort of like workshops around these experiments. And for then to highlight some of the ones that PushQuantum have organized so far. So we're really, as a student organization, we have a lot of easy collaboration with other student organizations through our universities. And so one of my favorites was then with the Model United Nations TUM Club, that they could really then teach us about science communication in this new form of how to win the floor and sort of debating it and getting people your point across. And then we could teach them about the sort of technology aspects. And we then had a really quite sort of formative debate about, how you create exactly this technology responsibly. And then we've had a lot of flash talks. You can see Franz on the left was our president giving one of the flash talks in the Deutsches Museum. They have this great sort of auditorium space as you first come in. So then it's advertised at the start of the day that this is going to be happening. But also people just can be walking past and see it and kind of drop in for it, which is nice. And then a lot around sort of quantum games. This like play decide game is a wider format that we've now adapted one to quantum. And the Quantum Post is something that MCQST developed with the Deutsches Museum that is taking place in their Light and Matter exhibition, that after people have gone through the exhibition, there are postcards that they just visitors can write their own questions or comments and post them. And so then we as researchers are getting these and writing our answers to them. They're published on the MCQST website. And then we're also then answering them live. We're having Q&A sessions live with the audience. And so, as I say, this is very experimental. And now the next phase of this project is that we go to other museums around Germany and kind of tell them what we've learned, how they can sort of best implement it, kind of making that route easier now for them. And so, I mean, just anecdotally, when we started this grant, after about a year of writing it and talking about the format of it and going back and forth with the other science communicators in this grant that we're working with, we, at the very, very start, we said, okay, like our role in this is to give the quantum side. So we sat down and we created essentially a workshop for like quantum for science communicators. So saying this is what we think kind of comprehensively covers what you need to know, like if you ever overhear a meaningful conversation about quantum, you can kind of at least know what the words are that are being said. And we made this sort of 2-day workshop that really covered each of the areas in kind of half-an-hour segments. And we presented it. We hadn't made the content yet, but we presented it to the others on the grant. And they said, oh, gosh, no, that is way too much quantum. We were like, we've just spent a year creating this grant to do this. We were like, okay, so that was our first, all right, we've really got to slim this down, cut this back, make this a lot more fun. And as I say, we're pulling in volunteers from all across PushQuantum. And so really every single person that we're getting, a lot of people have understood it themselves through the maths. And it takes a lot to tell people that not everybody is going to learn the same way you learned it. And although it's perhaps most eloquently said a lot of times with the maths, that's not going to be the most fun and engaging way. So really like making the nice images and the drawings that we've kind of built up ourselves, this is really quite a nice way. And then just each of the talks having like, or each of the interactions with people, it doesn't necessarily have to be talks, having the sort of small aha moments throughout the way that people can really feel rewarded as they're going, then you can kind of really like nourish it as you go. And exactly, the more interactive, the better, I think. And to be able to draw connections and meet people where they're at, that you can kind of find what they're interested in already. A lot of the time we're talking to people one-on-one, and you can kind of ask them, what have you heard of quantum so far? What do you think of it? What are you interested in otherwise? And then kind of like say, oh, well, that's interesting that you're interested in that. And like, this is how that could impact this thing that you're already interested in. And really the main thing that we found for working interactively with people is having these quantum games that we found is a really nice format that I think is popping up a lot, but I particularly like taking something that already exists classically, like the sort of tic-tac-toe, noughts and crosses, that is a bit boring with the classical rules, and adding quantum in to make it a bit more exciting. And then you can really do it like sort of one by one of having first superposition, and then you get exactly this aha moment. I've got superposition. This isn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. And then you can kind of then ruin that with entanglement and carry on. Yeah. But really, as I say, like, I think there's tons of quantum games at this point in time. And really a lot of people that are coming in have maybe heard of one or two and then have their own nice ideas and want to create this. And when also sort of like disillusioned to find out there's so many already. And so I think really a big part of it then as our learning is we need just more sort of marketing it and more designers on board that can really take these games that already exist to the next level, that can kind of iterate on it with the public, see what sort of are the like bottlenecks in playing it and learning how to play it, and kind of tweak what already exists. And then exactly with the design and having this sort of cross communication between people of knowing what already exists, having just more like diversity built into the outreach, that you're appealing to different groups and different audiences and kind of learning what each person is wanting to engage with. But yeah, I really think like our main learning so far is that there's just so much room for collaboration, and we should be collaborating and not reinventing the wheel. So yeah, just a deep dive into our motivation a bit more. This actually comes from, I started PushQuantum from actually finding more of a sustainability department. And that is now gaining a lot of traction, but at the same time being like adopted and co-opted. And so that's the big battle there. But I think really we're still active there and looking at the sustainable development of the technology. But I think the groundwork for that and the foundations for that is public awareness. I think the public really gets to decide the direction of this in a lot of senses, but it needs to be sort of a cohesive public engagement on it. And so, I mean, we see that best now. I mean, there's a lot of facets to it, but see it best with just climate change and how much effort goes into talking to the public and sort of the narratives around it. And so I think we kind of want to get ahead on those narratives, and that's a big part of our motivation there. And then also, just as we said, ethically, this is publicly funded. So I think it's not necessarily that everybody should be forced into learning about quantum. I think we've had conversations in the room that, you know, there's a lot of technologies that we have that we don't understand fully. So it's really fine, but just that the knowledge should be accessible if someone wants to find it. It should be nice, and yeah. And then the other side is just having essentially like sparking this scientific curiosity, and exactly that we see people when you said about the myth busting, that can kind of be paired with more just, yeah, the critical thinking and the fact checking that would help in this society. Yeah. And in general, just sort of using quantum as this hook to entice people in and then make it more general. So exactly like the critical thinking, it does not have to be quantum specific or any of this. And so as we're talking about all of this, it's sort of what we're thinking could be interesting to communicate. I'm interested if people have ideas, but first, I think, is the content, and then is the format. And so a lot of what we've been talking about is science in the making, because museums kind of have mostly science that's made, and it gives this idea to science is something that we had a problem, then we solved and it's fixed. And then when we come across things like Corona and we really see the process and people saying like, oh, I'm just starting to distrust this because yesterday you told me one thing and today you told me something different. It's like, no, that is very much the scientific process. This is really important to see. And then other ideas that we've been talking about are things about like the academic structure or how things are funded, and sort of how like the working conditions and people working in academia, as we spoke about the myth busting, and then maybe like debate topics and hearing both sides so people know where they stand, but also like all the topics coming up here. And so then, yeah, our goals sort of each side having this bi-directional communication that then pairs with all of these questions, like how do we then integrate the feedback that we get from the public into our research best? So then on the other side, if we want to sort of support these learning journeys of people that are motivated to learn about this, how can we best tailor these learning paths? We're looking at this through the design of our website, and then reaching new audiences. How can we sort of, when we often come across people that when they realize that we're trying to teach them about quantum, go, oh gosh, no, and say, no, thank you, no, not today. And so how can we kind of like change people's mind that this is something they could potentially understand? And then, yes, if we can sort of, as I say, this sort of mysterious aspect of quantum is something that really entices people a lot of times. How can we retain that while still demystifying it, have that appeal still? And then in empowering the public to be able to hold the technology accountable throughout its sort of different stages of maturity, we are just assessing what knowledge is actually necessary to be able to know that. I don't think a very fundamental knowledge is, but yeah. And then just one question, I would be really interested if people could raise their hands. That is just a question that keeps coming up in all of my topics around this. Who should make a decision in a democracy? I don't know, just gut feeling. I know this is a niche topic that we could talk about, but just out of interest from the room, it would put your hand up if you think it's experts. Well, okay, and then if it's the informed public. Interesting, yeah. Okay, so there were a few both, but more on the informed public. But exactly, then the question for me is, yeah, when, and also sort of if it's the informed public, how informed do they need to be? What are the questions that should be put to the public? Is like a sort of sampled citizens panel form that we should be looking at in the future for quantum? When is it meaningful? And I think for, as I say, for this grant, it is experimental. So this is something we could be trying out early to see how it goes. I think there's examples of sample citizens panels that have come to a conclusion that was not the favorable conclusion by the people creating the panel, and therefore the panel has been scrapped and said as a failure. And so sort of making sort of trials of this would be really interesting to us. And then, yes, I think that's everything. So just main points are this is not a crowded space and we're very much stronger together. So thank you for listening. And yeah, thank you for everyone on my team.
We have time for a few questions. So 1, 2, 3. Yes. Very quick, please.
I really liked your presentation, and I would like to refer to those last points you made, because like when we educate people that they should make the responsible decisions. But what you made me think, I didn't thought that before. So was we are pushing people on that physics, and you said like when you want to teach people quantum physics, their first reaction is no. But do we really have to teach them quantum physics? Because like I also don't know how this works, right? We don't know many things. We don't know the chemistry of the things. I don't know what the chemicals are on my food sometimes. I mean, I don't know those things. But yet again, we found their ways of educating public on that higher level when they don't have to anyway hear the physics. And yet again, they can not only make informed decisions, but also engaged and actually make really amazing rules for, well, kids should not have an access all the time in the phone. I have no idea, but it seems like it's not. And I'm curious if you already exploring the ideas, what would be that next layer where we see applications, and there maybe we have ways of engaging mass, not only math and physics enthusiasts.
Can I talk through this one? Yeah. No, I completely agree. Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Like I think it'll be really disappointing if the sort of outcome of this is that people felt like they had to understand quantum mechanics to be able to have an opinion about quantum technology. That would be completely wrong. So I agree these layers of abstraction are entirely necessary. Oh, sure. Exactly. Sorry, what was the last thing?
If you're already exploring what would be those catching ethical or social problems that we could grasp attention where we could have this mass contribution.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, no, exactly. So this is the problem, that if we're talking about applications, it's still a question mark. And to really understand what applications are possible, you do then need to know the basic research. And so we're kind of then depending on researchers to be able to really accurately tell us without the hype what is possible. And then also come to the public. And sometimes we say, forget what's accurate, forget what's possible, just go wild, tell us what you would like to see from technology. What would you actually ask for? And then we talk about how this might be possible, how that might not be possible whatsoever from where we currently stand. But I completely agree. I think there should be more freedom of the public to tell us what their hopes and reservations are and the direction that they want it to take. And then also, yeah.
Futures.
Exactly, yeah. We should have some alignment on a vision that we're going to, yeah, not technology for technology's sake, but there's a demand.
Quick question, quick answer.
Quick question. You guys do a lot of things. This is super inspiring. I'd like to learn a bit more about this Model UN event that you guys do. What does it consist in?
That was a one-time. It was really, I mean, it would be great to do it again, but yeah, essentially that it was sort of a workshop that the Model UN have their own formats that you probably know. And so we got to sort of take part in one of their workshops, but the first morning was training us both to be able to take part in their sort of the way that they hold their debate styles. So the first morning was them teaching us sort of how to do a Model UN event, how to debate, how to win the floor, how it was all set up, what policymaking looks like. And then it was us telling them sort of the quantum side, like our the discussion points going on, like very much what we're talking about here, and then also the technology side, what, as we were saying, what might be possible. And then the afternoon was having this debate.
Final question.
Actually, two very brief comments. One is on the informed public or the experts who should take decisions. I think that's a false dichotomy, because you need expertise to have an informed public. So I think it both goes together. So I think it would be good to unpack that more. And the other one is on holding the tech accountable. For me, that sounds like the tech has the agency and sort of hides who the actors behind are. So I'd really find it helpful to unpack that. Who can actually be held to account? Who's taking decisions and making choices in that framework of the technology? Thanks.
That's really interesting.
Any comments?
I was going to say that I completely agree, other than, yeah, that would take me well over my time, but I completely agree. And yeah, maybe we can have a conversation after I'm over time already. But
Perfect. So let's thank Emily again. Turn this to the audience so that you can also see them if you want to. And the floor is yours. You have 15 plus 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. So my name is Simon Goorney. I'm working in the Department of Management in Aarhus University and working on several different quantum technology education grants, and namely the DigiQ, Digitally Enhanced Quantum Master, that we heard a little bit from in the first presentation, and in the European Quantum Readiness Centre, which is part of the Quantum Flagship Coordination Action for Quantum Tech in Europe. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a moment. But we do a variety of research, both research and implementation on the quantum education side in Europe. So we have papers, and I'll tell you a little bit about some of what we're doing on the research side, but we're also heavily involved in this kind of implementation actions. So developing new master programs in the DigiQ, in that example, we were involved in the creation of the quantum education community in Europe, the QT-Edu community, and various things like that, to try to sort of foster many activities across the whole of Europe. And so you can see contact details and things there. But the key problem is that there are still more jobs than there are applicants. We've been working hard at this for the last few years, but to try to improve the state of the quantum workforce, and I will show you, and you've seen already, that we have made substantial strides in the number of educational opportunities, and in the educational infrastructures to help them, as Ismet talked about. But we still have this problem that the number of jobs are increasing with respect to the number of applicants. So just a little preview of where we came from. So the Quantum Manifesto was in 2016, and that was the sort of the document that was signed by many of the top quantum experts and Nobel Prize winners in Europe, to say that we need a full-on funding program for quantum in Europe. And the EC, the European Commission, they responded with the Quantum Flagship, which runs from 2020 to 2030. It's at least a €1 billion commitment to funding for quantum technologies. And in 2020, they launched a separate CSA, so a coordination action for quantum technologies education. Many of you will have probably seen it or been a part of it. And Zeki was a major contributor to this project. And then since then, we've had several of these more implementation heavy grants, the DigiQ and the QT-Hindu that were described, developing very concrete master programs or training courses for industry or these kind of things. It's not on this slide, but we have just found that there will be more in the future of these. And so the European Commission is showing no sign of slowing down in their interest in quantum education. They're actually increasing. There will be even more education programs coming. I won't talk so much about the competence framework because you've heard already a lot about it. It's a phenomenal work and one of the most important developments in quantum education in the last decade, I would say, from Francisco and Rainer and the team in TUBS. And so our dream is that it can be used to make a common language for talking about skills and curricula in quantum technologies. But you've seen a lot of it already, so I won't go any further with it. I'll briefly mention here the reason sort of for doing this is to lay the scene for what the quantum education research landscape in Europe is like. And secondly, to introduce you to some social sciences and research that we've done, myself and the group in Aarhus have been working on. And so back in 2020, when this QT-Edu project was launched, our task was to assemble the community of researchers who are interested in quantum technology education, training the workforce, both on a short time scale for those people who need to fill those jobs in the next few years, and for those people who need inspiration and for the importance of outreach to reach the public, so that they might get interested and want to work in quantum in the next 10, 20, or study quantum in the next 10 or 20 years' time, which might be more realistically when quantum starts to make an impact on society than the next few years. So we structured these working groups, and we got people together in these online meetings, and they had a lot of discussions, and they were very exciting, and everyone was very enthusiastic. And we sort of organized the community into 11 pilot projects, all addressing different areas of the quantum technology education sort of pipeline, if you like, ranging from the education to the public and outreach, through to high school education and lots of academic research around the high schools. If you Google it now, you'll see that there's been a huge increase in the amount. And in research about the masters and the bachelor programs, and about industry training. And so you can find a record of this on the QT-Edu website. But some research we've been doing is looking into concretely how this has actually affected the QT-Edu community and the academic community in Europe. So we've seen a big increase in the number of publications per year related to quantum education. This is from a paper in preparation, so you can't find this online yet, but this paper will be on the archive very soon. We're very close to finishing it next few days, I think. And so we've looked into the actual increase, but we've also looked at modeling this community, which is made up of these 11 kind of pilot projects, drawing from a theory from the social sciences called activity theory. And so we've used activity theory, which is this way to assign and to understand how people structure things that they do, called activities. And so we imagine these pilots as things, activities, and we say that each activity has a set of tools that they use, a set of subjects, that the people who are involved in them, a community that is affected, influenced by them. It has rules, that they literally had rules. They had a piece of paper with the rules of the pilot on, a division of labor, how the work is carried out, and a motive for what they were trying to do. And so we've looked at how can we understand these 11 pilot projects and the people involved in them, about 30 members in each one, what they did together, how has that influenced the status of academic research in quantum education in the last few years. And so we're working on this. There's a paper that will be out very soon, but I wanted to just raise it. It's not the main topic of my talk, but for anyone who's interested in our use of the social sciences research, research methodologies for quantum and for studying communities, this is something that is very academically interesting to me, be in the management department as well. So we do a lot of this kind of thing. So please be in touch, or ask questions, or write me if you want to hear more about it, or to work together on something in the future. And so yes, we've managed to use this kind of theory to understand the changes in the community. We've understood things like how the community gave rise to these projects, like the DigiQ that has been mentioned and I mentioned before. And so we understood that there's a great importance to community-led approaches to education. I'm kind of going through, just to mention that we've done a lot of this work in different kinds of social sciences approaches to education. And so again, you can feel free to contact me. I don't have time to go through all of these in detail, but we've looked at the different theoretical models for developing a master program and how you would make a kind of pan-European master. We've already seen that we've looked at quite quantitatively the status of master programs worldwide. We've looked at how to do outreach and how to storytell outreach, and how to develop curricula as well. Using the competence framework as a basis, we've worked on those things. So you can find those ones, they're all published in journals. But the main topic, I don't know how much time I have left for it, but I'll go through it quite quickly, is to tell you about our work in the job market. So because this has just briefly gone up on the archive in the last few days, is that we also do data science-based work here in the European Quantum Readiness Centre. We've taken 3,641 job posts, which we've extracted from an online job board. We extract about a few hundred every month. We run them through a classification kind of pipeline, which again, it's uses both human experts and an AI sort of GPT-based classification. We've used a human-based validation. So experts have labeled job posts in order to help us to classify them. Then the AI has labeled them, and then the human says, yes, it's right, or no, it's not right. And we sort of improve the algorithm until it gets to be really good, over 90% or so. And so I've got some brief preliminary findings for you. Probably, again, if you want to know more about it, we have a ton of data and a ton of interesting insights, probably more than will even be in our first paper, and we will probably have a follow-up about it. Zeki has been very a part of this as well, so you can also speak to him. But this has been a really exciting thing for us. And so I'll just give you some preliminary insights so that you can then, if you want to go and read more and find out about it, then you can do so. Oops, wrong way. Yes, so the first thing that we've found is that there are more jobs in the USA than in the EU 27 or in other countries around the world. Certainly, as an individual country, the US is far in the lead, as you can see in the figure on the right there. But you know, when you look at the EU as a whole, the EU is not too far behind. But when you look at the US as a single country, it's a long way in advance. We see a lot, the biggest number of jobs posted are from the larger companies, lots of kind of tech giants. So, you know, your Googles and your IBMs and your Microsofts, they're really the ones with the biggest capacity to hire. So you can also look at the top 30 companies by the number of the job posts, and you see that most of them are in the US, most of the really big ones. So I haven't put the names on here, but you can imagine what the companies are that are really the biggest employers in quantum. Another interesting stat that we found is the distribution of where the jobs are based. And so we found that there are companies in the US that are hiring for jobs in sort of EU subsidiaries. So overseas, they have established an EU branch and then they hire there. So, you know, Google has an EU branch in France, say. And there are far more US branches of US companies in the EU than there are branches of EU companies in the US. There's about a 6-fold difference. In other words, the US has a much more of a sort of aggressive expansion into the EU and is able to more easily tap into EU talent than people graduating the master programs and the PhD programs and the bachelor programs than the other way around. So lots of what we see suggests that the US is a little bit in the lead, or more than a little bit perhaps, when it comes to the job creation. It's the same story when it comes to the fraction of corporate jobs. In the US, we see quite about a 7% more jobs in the corporate sector compared to the EU, where they have a slightly more leaning towards the academic sector. And so I know that there's a lot of figures, and so if you need time to digest some of these things and you want to hear more about it, feel free to contact me at the end. Yes, as far as the degree subjects go, so the subjects that the companies ask the graduates to have when they sign up or apply to a job, we still see physics at the top, but we notice that at least when we compare them regionally, yes, we still see physics at the top, but we are seeing a growing trend of more software and electronics and engineering and quantum technologies as a degree program itself. Now, if you look back at the figure about the master programs that you saw a while back, until about 2020, there were not many degree programs even called quantum technologies. That degree didn't exist so much. There were only a handful of them. Whereas now they're becoming, you know, they're in the top few asked for degrees, the in-demand degrees for these roles. So that really suggests that they at least have had an impact. They're at least being noticed by employers. And so I would say that they are probably helping the pipeline quite a lot. But you know, it remains to be seen. We also noticed that the EU hires more in the master level, whereas the US hires many more bachelor's and PhD students. But the EU hires many more people with master degrees. And this also corroborates with the work that we have done, looking at the distribution of master degrees worldwide. The EU has more than the US, and they are being noticed in the job market, and they are being noticed by employers, and that they're looking for more master graduates than they are in the US. So, you know, is that a good thing? Is that a lead, or is that a good thing or a bad thing for the EU? Because a master is a 2-year program after a bachelor, whereas the US is quick to get the 3-year bachelor graduates and get them into the market. On the other hand, the master is still a lot faster than the PhD program, and so maybe it's still saving on having to do these company trainings by doing a master instead. So it still remains to be seen, and it's going to depend a little bit on the structure of the company, whether they'd rather have a master graduate or have a bachelor and train them up. Another important point to mention is that the vast majority of roles are still technical, highly technical, research scientists or engineers. And there's only a small fraction of these less technical roles, such as consultants or business development, project managers, etc. And so, this is probably just a reflection of the use cases and the level of technology readiness that we are at with quantum. So how many project managers and how many business people do we really need when quantum isn't necessarily making a huge impact in most companies in the world yet? That still remains to be seen, but we need to do some thinking, and we need to have some thoughts as an education community. We need to put our heads together to work out what can we do about this, or how can we encourage the growth of these more technical adjacent jobs, because that's really going to be important for in the coming years, making sure that the quantum gets out into more non-quantum companies. Is it a lack of uptake of quantum, or is it a lack of educational opportunities? I think we've worked very hard on making more educational opportunities available, as we've seen now with the master programs as well. So I think that in the future, we might start to see that there does become enough education, there does become enough, and that maybe at some point we have to say, let's actually work on finding better use cases for these things so that we can actually know for sure whether or not companies will be able to benefit from them, and therefore how much they need to hire and what they need to hire from. But yeah, so that was a lot. As you saw, we've gone through a huge variety of different research and a huge variety of different insights. But I'd like to open the floor for questions and discussion. I do not have all the answers to these questions about how the quantum, about what we should do about the job roles and the job gap, but we can at least have a discussion about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Simon. We have 2 quick questions. So
my question is not about the study that has been done, but about more recent development. So about talent leaving the US over recent weeks, and also about diversity, equity, inclusion, which has been mentioned in several of the previous presentations, being not just deprioritized, but actively discouraged. And then combining that with what you said about European companies present in the US and vice versa, what are your thoughts and reflections on that? Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, with regard the recent political developments, if that's, I guess, what you're referring to, right? Yeah, I mean, yes. So it's very hard to, I guess it's very unstable and very hard to predict. And I think what the company's response to that is going to depend quite a lot on the setup of that company. And so if they're a large, if they're a tech giant, I don't know that they will necessarily be. I think that they might think, that's a bit of a blip, and we've had a few blips before. And so, they've been doing this for a long time, and they know they've seen a few technologies come and go, and they have the money to sort of sink into these things and weather the storm a little bit. They probably don't worry about it too much. Well, I think maybe what it affects more are these smaller companies and the startups and the SMEs, where those things are much more important for them. And so when the political climate is a little bit unstable, maybe we might see that Europe starts to be a better home for some of these places in the coming years. But I think it's probably hard for anyone to say.
Okay, thank you for this talk. A small detail that I thought was very interesting, that Finland has one of the biggest job openings after the US. And I was wondering if that, okay, then maybe I saw another one, but the one before, yeah, maybe.
I think it's this one. This is the one where we compared the countries.
Oh, okay. There was
But I went through the slides very
Finland.
quickly, so
Okay, I was just wondering
Yeah.
why is that like Finland like leading in the EU, if I understood the graph correctly, and is that in any way connected maybe to Nokia falling apart?
So yeah, so if you look at the figure, I don't think that Finland is necessarily leading, but I would say that Finland has got a strong quantum ecosystem, and they have had quite a lot of work on developing a strategy, and I think they've had a Finnish national strategy out in the last couple of years. So if they're not leading right now, at least they are investing in it.
Thank you for your talk. I'm curious about how you split really the company. So if it's an American company, but it has sites in Europe, are you aggregating it to US or European opportunities or employment?
Yes, so it depends on the specific plot that we're looking at here. But when we compare, for example, the size of the companies by the region, we look at the US companies, and even if they're in an EU job, they're a US company. So each company is tagged with Google is a US company, no matter where they are. But some of the plots we've looked at comparing the location of the job, therefore the Google job that's in France, that's a French job. So, I mean, it slightly depends on the figure, but we have thought about it in quite a lot of detail to make sure that we sort of understand that accurately.
Any final questions? Yes. So.
Hi, yeah, really nice talk. I'm interested to know whether the kind of distribution between masters, PhD, and bachelor students, how much that has to do with the fact that masters are just less common more generally. I think in the US, there tends to be more of a progression from undergrad to PhD. Is there a background comparison that you do?
So we haven't taken into account anything like, you know, there is a 15% overall difference, and therefore we've subtracted 15%. We haven't done anything like that. But I do think that you're right, and that there is a sort of cultural difference in how the masters and the bachelors are perceived in these places. But you know, one has to look at the time frame of the total education, which I think is what the important point is. That after you might hire a US graduate after between 3 to 5 years when the bachelor is, and an EU graduate, you would hire them between 5 years if it's a master graduate. And so really it's about the time in education. And I think that that's the most important factor when it comes to how do we quickly get a workforce in.
With that being said, we would like to thank you again, Simon.
Thank you, Zeki, and see you all.
And with that being said, I will just leave the floor to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you again for listening to me. So in my first presentation 2 days ago, I was presenting a little bit what our lab does. I will go a little bit more into detail in this presentation. Why? Because while last time I was explaining more what we're doing on a research side, now I'm explaining what we're doing on an outreach side and with arts. So yeah, for those who are new, was not there, I'm Fabienne. Hi, I'm head of the Quantum Social Lab at the Technical University of Munich. So today I want to introduce you to what we do basically with quantum and arts and outreach. I'm concentrating a bit on the quantum arts aspect here because it was or is the unique selling point of the project we are actually running for the BMBF, and which is also mainly at the moment financing our lab. But later more. You see? Technique?
No, it should work.
Okay.
Right. What's one?
Yes, there we go. Okay, so I already said it last time. So we have basically 4 pillars. And while we are at the first stage, we're more in this research pillar. We are now definitely in the pillar of the YQSS and the outreach. Also, policy was the last talk a little bit more. The lab in itself
is structured like that because on one hand, we need the methods, the research, this interdisciplinarity, which we discussed on Monday. And on the other hand, if we talk about outreach, if we talk about arts, if we talk about creative new ideas, then first, the inclusion of young people is a pivotal element. So the young quantum social scientists. The young quantum social scientists work on a lot of interdisciplinary projects, and they also work on arts projects for us and outreach. And specifically there, it plays out very well that we have a lot of disciplines integrated, okay? So this diversity of students, we basically have in this program, specifically in arts and outreach, plays out because we can basically ask to explain for outreach reasons the same topic by people from 4 to 5 different disciplines, and then basically see and experiment how the people, how the interested public, but also experts receive it, which is very interesting because we also receive very, very different feedback depending on how we basically communicate. Yeah, outreach, as I said, mainly Quantum. I will go a little bit more into detail in some seconds what that is, and policy. So our mission overall is to engage today with the ethical, legal, societal, and political implications of tomorrow's quantum technologies. This means we need first some anticipation. We also build future models, etc., etc. But we also need to find a way to basically deal with the people who are in the end affected. And a lot of people, a lot of affected people have no clue what quantum means, and a lot of them are very afraid of quantum. So the question for us was, if we make that our mission, how can we communicate in new ways? How can we make it easier to experience these technologies to then go further? And one way to do that was arts. So disclaimer, we have a very functional conceptual idea of arts. Within our functional conceptual idea, we try to leave the artists we work in as free as we can, yeah, up to a certain degree. And this always leads to discussions, and I don't say that's the best way, but it's the only way you have if you want to have these projects in arts and quantum financed. Yeah? So we try to give the maximal freedom. So we have different elements where this outreach comes into play and where the concept comes into play. So we are mainly financed about Quantum+Art. Quantum+Art is a BMBF project. We got 1.9 million euros over 3 years. This is what mainly finances the lab. It's an outreach project. It's in the same project line for the BMBF as the Quantenträume project you heard earlier about. So that's the same line. We are a little bit, I would say, person-wise, definitely, and I think also financially, the biggest project in that line. We focus on quantum-inspired futures of mobility, medicine, and security. Security is mainly focusing on encryption. Our partners are ISAC for security, Fraunhofer ISAC for medicine, the university clinics, and for mobility, our own mobility hub at the TUM School of Social Science / HFP. Let's just go with TUM. Let's not get into the nitty-gritty details. And what we basically try to do here is to take the people from where they are, give them a learning opportunity where we exactly don't start with the mathematical details. We say, okay, because the problem is if I want to have people engaged in outreach and say, okay, and now, you know, math is cool, this is a bracket notation, this is differential equation, and the people should do that in their free time to specifically engage them. That's not what they want. Nobody who has nothing to do in their professional life with numbers, math, and physics wants in the evening after 8 to 9 hours workday, here's something about differential equations. That's sad. And I'm also there with I would wish we would live in a world where the people basically sit in the evenings and say, hey, let's talk about the latest ideas of the string theory, or what do you think? Is this a good approach to energy levels of atoms? This is not happening, and this will never. So that we ever get to this literate society that everybody next to their profession is starting to wrap their minds around technologies and how they in the deep technological level function will not happen. I don't think that's realistic. Netflix is way more interesting than everything we can do there with math. That will not happen. So what can we do? And the second question we really try to have here is like, how can we build trust? Yeah, because one thing is, and what you could discuss is, how much should people know? And this is also a question of quantum. How much does the average person need to know about quantum technologies? And our answer is they need to know at least as much as it affects them in their future work and private lives. But the second question is, how can we build trust in abstract technologies? Because if we talk with people about quantum technologies and our experience also in Quantum with the different stakeholders, first they think it's more about like power balls shooting around. I sometimes have the feeling that Marvel mainly occupied what people think about quantum theory or string theory. Yeah? Half of the people think that it means that people are going around the space between string theories, coming back to their daughters 20 years later. Others think that, you know, like if you think about like a lot of movies, Gravity, for example, this is absolutely the solution George Clooney and Sandra Bullock came up in the end is, from a physical point of view, the dumbest thing you can do and will never work. And there were so many solutions in a physical way to get over this energy. Yeah, it's not possible. Same goes with like all these movies. So what we see is like people are afraid because people think quantum technologies know that we have people flying around space and energy bombs and everybody is like throwing energy balls. So we need to build trust. And normally what you know is something you trust more. So the second motivation we have is like building these trust. So what we then create in this outreach project is, one thing is the Quantum learning platform. Quantum learning platform has some different things. So we rethink learning experiences. Yeah? We use art as communicator there. Then we have an interactive learning experience. This is a little bit between state of the art and a little bit more interactive, but we also have different degrees of interactive learning because we basically sort our learning journeys by users. Because if we have, and these users are more built on psychological theories around stakeholders and personas. Yeah, because if I want to educate on quantum medicine, on the next generation of MRI, a doctor, he most probably don't want too much gamification. Might be good for your brain, might be good for a lot of learning types. They don't want it. And then we have a third unique selling point, and this is that we start from the applications. So we first tell the people, okay, this is how it will probably or theoretically will change your life. These are the questions we need to ask. These are like all the questions we discussed the last days. We basically start more from this responsible, sustainable point of view, and then we give them the opportunity to dive as deep in the mathematical physical layer as they want to over the course. Then we also have a 3D lobby space, including artworks from different artists. So we even go in this like metaverse space if you want to make it sound very fancy. However, we just try like to see, okay, how we can work with virtual worlds and how do people like it. So you can access in the end the learning platform via two ways. One is over the lobby space with 3D applications, digital artwork from different artists, or you basically go over the more traditional learning platform we built. The learning platform we built with Course Ticket. Course Ticket is a German and Austrian-based startup, which also did a lot of learning certificate projects with the BMBF, actually. And for the artworks, I have to say we have like a consortium out of, at the moment, 8 artists, where artist is a very wide term because, for example, PushQuantum is called an artist and PushQuantum is a company with a lot of artists. So we have way more artists incorporated in the project than 7, because 2 of our partners are more whole collectives where we work with different artists within these collectives. The second thing where we work with professional artists and students are student projects. So what we do a lot is like with the YQSS, and that's why I said they have a big role there, is that we create arts and full art rooms, for example, on different conferences. So this was a Quantum Cypher Garden, which we built for a conference in Barcelona, where you could basically, with a marble track, learn how encryption works. So it was 2-player mode, and with a marble track, like if you encrypted and decrypted in different bases, your marbles were just getting lost in the track. If you decided for the same, your marble got out, and then we built an encryption code together with the people at the conference. This we did for 3 days. Was like a 20 square meter wall where we did that. We work a lot with blacklight rooms, actually. this is because one of our partners of the conference is like Blacklight. This is just like what happens. The things you see around here was a quantum medical wonderland, which we built last year in November in Abu Dhabi, actually with the students. So each year we give the students a chance and say, create the space of your dreams up to 20-25 square meters. Think about a project in medicine or in security or in mobility related to quantum. And then we sit them together in workshops with different artists who help them making their vision likely to go. And what we figured is specifically with the encryption, the people were really asking a lot of good questions about like, you know, how's this going, etc. So that worked from an educational base better, I would say. The medical quantum wonderland that were 25 square meters with 3 walls in between and a sound installation worked also very nicely. But I would say the people were a little bit too much fascinated from this whole room. So I think on Instagram, we've got like, I don't know, we got like, you got tagged like, I don't know, 300 times in these 2 days. I think there we had the problem that it was so Instagrammable, like I tend to say, that the people somehow forget that there's a learning effect. So yeah, I think we had like from those blacklight pictures, we had around 30 or something. And we had different levels of MRT and a sound installation. So you could basically choose a little bit which Alice in Wonderland potion would you like to take. Then you had a different sound related to how much you see and an MRI picture. So it was a really great project with a great resonance, but hint from my side, just do this with students, you know. Another thing which we did, and this builds the bridge to the third element, which we have actually in this project, was we had organized the IQF, which was the Quantum Challenge, and within that, together with PushQuantum, which we invite to join us for this, a science slam on quantum topics. Also worked very well. We were sold out, I think, 3 days before the event. And slightly overbooked, and we did that in a ship in Munich, like in a like alternative bar area and space. So what I also can say is like outreach works a lot better if you bring it to spaces outside the university and congress centers. So if you go to a bar and say, hey, we have a science slam in a bar, works way better than, hey, we have science slam in one of our lecture halls. Makes it more expensive, more complex to organize. You have a lot of more legal restrictions, but it works. Challenges are the quantum challenges we are working with, which means that we bring together different groups of stakeholders and events and artists. So the biggest one we had so far was the IQF in January, where we brought basically industry, academia, NGOs, like from the OQI, GSTA over like scientists, everybody was there. What we basically also did there was a lot of a whole arts evening. I think this is Babcock playing metal on a quantum resonator device. So we had a lot of like different presentations there. It was a wide range. And this is where you say like you can give freedom, and we had a very interesting audience there. We had people coming from like we are Wacken fans, we just wanted to see the metal guy. We had like people from like the science side who were like, that was slightly strange. Then we had like some people from a gender queer collective who were basically wanted to see an artist. They are very progressive and they're very like famous in that space. They're from the house of Isadora in London. So we had a lot of things. And what we always try to do there is like integrating students, etc., panels. So this was a panel classical about like, okay, full software stack development. Long story short, in these challenges, we try to bring together at the low key with low barrier level people with what we develop. In the upper right side, you can see that we had like the first modules of the learning platform basically, and we brought them to a museum so that people could try it out. So to summarize, what we do here is we work with artistic interventions. And with these artistic interventions, we work on our platform, the learning platform, digital space, at events, which we also use to proactively engage with people and overwork our digital products, if you want it like that. And then the third thing, which we basically do, is also having a lot of young people. The newest thing which came out there is like one essential part there is that how we call these artist interaction is artistic interventions. Because our idea is that you, A, can build trust B, make it experienceable, but C, that it's very easy for the people to get into a new idea of thinking without getting esoteric. So what you can basically do is you can break a little bit through this, I always say, Newtonian patterns, which we are used to think in via arts. And this is working quite well. When we started the project, the arts part was a quite small part of the project. Now the arts is a very big part of the project, which means that we now have a side project on artistic interventions. And the main part of this is the cultural briefing. So together at the moment with PushQuantum mainly and some other labs in the think tank, some design thinkers, etc. We start to have a cultural briefing. Will go on the next 2 years, where we basically see how's the interplay between culture, technology, arts, and how it influences each other. How much can we basically create new narratives? How can we basically create new ideas there? So the idea is we want to create an overview. We want to have anticipatory ideas about like applications of computing, how this can go to creative practices and industries. Then we have the demystification of like quantum physics, because it works very well. Like, for example, my favorite product of Morph is like, it's a ring. And with the ring, you can create tones around a block sphere. It's a little bit like Harry Potter. For me, it's more like Harry Potter. You know, I can create things while doing weird things with my hands. I love that. But it's for the people a lot of demystifying. It works way better to explain a block sphere if you have a sound magical device, specifically with kids, works perfectly fine. And then to basically have tools, knowledge, strategies to engage with these applications, all in the arts and cultural space, I have to say. So this is really a target to arts and cultural space. It's planned to be in the form of 20 roundtables. I'm not organizing 20 roundtables, just 3, just saying for the record. But if anybody is interested in organizing roundtables with very crazy but very inspiring people, let me know. And we will basically do that in Great Britain, mainly Germany and Switzerland, which making, by the way, the finance aspects horrible. Yeah, why art? Again, so it can be a way of critical reflection, and it's not a new idea, as I have to say. Like this idea of like arts, math, physics, society, if you look science historically, that was all very much more connected. And why is it not connected today? I think necessarily it's more complex. The world is more complex. We have more applications and we have more areas. And this is where we a little bit lost the combination of these things. So if I'm explaining our art concepts, and most of the time people say, yeah, but that's a new idea. It's not. It's basically going back to a very traditional idea. And this is where I love that we have like this Albert Einstein citation, because that shows you how old the concept in that way is. We just refurnished it, if you want it like that. So, and this is how we use it. Yeah, like breaking through thinking barriers, etc. Yeah, art and applications is what we do. We go from the idea to new ideas to new applications. This is basically the 3 things we have there. In the QNLP area, we also do this because I think last year, I think Leah was here also showing the work of like quantum in pictures and tensor networks. So also there in this like language models, the work with pictorialism is something which proves to be very effective. And yeah, that's basically what we try to do, new century of learning, but we also want arts and artistic interventions in that because we think it's productive. I think that should be it. Yes, nothing happens anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fabienne. So 1 or 2 quick questions. Quick.
This is amazing work and art. I'm curious, could one use the same concepts to not only encourage people to be fascinated with those topics, but be willing to actually work hard and have this perception of, I want to work a lot on that, and then, yeah, breaking out of the lazy mode?
I think so, yes. If it really works that way, we will figure out the next 1.5 years, because the learning platform enables us to measure basically how deep do the people dive after being actually engaged with that. So I'm surprised that it's legally possible, but we are allowed to basically take that data to see how far we can get with that. And I would say then my answer is, I think yes, but at the moment it's a hypothesis. But ask me again next year, then I should have data supporting or saying, well, did not work like that. New concept. Yeah.
Any other quick questions? If not, okay.
For how long are you doing this now?
The projects.
For how long are you doing this now?
Yeah, the project started in November 2023. And after November 2023, I would say with the artists till the contracts were done, I would say a year. Yeah, so it's year, practically half a year, organization, bureaucracy, and contracts.
Time to see where you are next year.
It also gets bigger and bigger. You know, we started with a wall in Barcelona to a full room with sound installations in Abu Dhabi. We'll see where we end up.
With that being said, let's thank Fabienne again.
Yeah, it's amazing to thank you, Fabienne, for the presentation. It's amazing to, in a way, go full circle on the attending the International Quantum Forum in Munich and seeing a reflection on the artistic efforts that happened there. I think this presentation will be visually quite different from what you've presented, and I think it will also add another perspective to what you've already been presenting. Following up on the topic of reflecting on how to create meaningful interactions around art, right after attending the International Quantum Forum, I was involved in a kind of first of its kind pilot project, which is called, or what was called, Quantum Creators Con. And in a way, I want to use this presentation to pose an open question, maybe to answer it with a lot of positive bias. And that is whether a hackathon for the arts can actually be a meaningful way to prompt quantum education through creative media. And what that means will hopefully become clear in this presentation. Okay. And I want to refer to something that Zina, who was here on the first day, brought up. I think it was a really beautiful part of his presentation. I'm talking about IBM and some machine learning efforts there. He used the term, basically the sentence, understanding comes from meaningful interactions with subject matter. And I think when we think about meaningful interactions in the quantum space, there is a very particular set of interactions that we subconsciously have in mind. And these interactions usually, I mean, actually, it's an open question towards you, or to you. I think if I reflect on my learning journey on deep technical content that had a rigor on the precision of it, I was referred to mathematical expressions, formalisms, homeworks, lectures. On the more engineering side of things, maybe robotics projects, hackathons with a coded output in mind, and maybe scientific output. These were the kinds of outputs and prompts to engage with subject matter. So the question is this really every kind of precise, meaningful interaction that we can have with technical subject matter? How do we metabolize input that really puts high demand on coherence? And I think for me, actually attending the Quantum Forum right before this hackathon, it was very much an open question this January, whether or not this format would work out. So I'm here now to, in a way, present that I found it quite a convincing account of how this actually did work out quite well. How we could actually use illustration, concept art, and design, or students in the sphere, or the intersection of these students with STEM students and deep quantum expert matter to create learning effects and create curiosity, and not just for the engagement value of it, but really for the value of prompting technical questions that went into energy, like that went into the energy economics, that went into really the deep physical coherencies of the processes that they were going to learn. But firstly, to make my point, if you have a pen, mentally or physically, the task is to draw a bicycle. Can give you 10 seconds or so. You need 15, then 15 also can. Okay. I don't know about you, but so why is it a bicycle? I don't know. I just came up with it. Was just the first word that popped into my head. I think reflecting on the kinds of sketches that you have in front of you, many of them will look probably a little bit better than this, but somewhere akin to this. Now, if we actually draw like the very purest, of course, kind of biased, but functionally sound kind of interpretation of a bicycle, something like this can come out. While you had to draw a bicycle, or while I tasked you with drawing one, you had to reflect on the question, okay, where do I place the wheels? How do I connect the steel frame to the wheels? How do I make the statics work out? Why do I need a handle? And why do these pedals, for example, have to be placed? How do they have to be placed in relationship to one another? What kind of handles could this kind of device have? There are a lot of questions you have to answer from a deeply physical engineering point of view for your art to work out. Who found it an easy task? Someone wants to show their drawing, or anyone? Anyone? No? No? Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. So what I want to say with that is, if you have to draw something with a requirement of precision or accuracy, or actually physicality, you can and you have to ask a lot of questions, a lot of whys. So why do we draw? Which part of this kind of drawing could we engineer and still maintain structural soundness? How could we optimize this? What kind of demographic identity is this? Has this been developed for? What's the history of it? There is an infinity of questions that you can prompt just by having to draw this and having to draw it from imagination. You have to generate all this understanding. Yes, you can draw from reference, but that's not the point so much yet. But it's the question as well. Okay, so the most immediate analogy that every one of us would want to draw, I think, would be relating that to quantum technologies. I mean, obviously, if you can draw a bicycle this way, you could really utilize art as a way to illustrate meaningfully and understand meaningfully quantum technologies, is what I hope we can gain a little bit of confidence in. So this is kind of the thought process here. Funnily enough, I am part of a quantum software company called Horizon Quantum. But the whole connection to this hackathon, which was actually sponsored by another company that does neutral atom quantum computing, came from a water cooler talk at a conference, at a quantum business conference. So you can always build bridges. That's the reason why this pilot project is centered around an experimental technique, namely neutral atom quantum computing. And I think this is definitely a stretch, and it's one that I think we're hesitant to make. But if we think about the experimental techniques behind modulating, controlling quantum information, this is the foundation of the processors that in the end will build quantum computing. So there is a deep physical, tangible engineering aspect to understanding quantum technologies. And so starting with different kinds of experimental techniques, neutral atom quantum computing is one that's deeply technical, deeply interconnected with the information theoretical principles of quantum computing, and therefore a worthy playground to explore this idea. Okay, so I hope this could convince you that creative artistic output is a viable prompt for technical learning. If we manage to find representations of quantum computing that are actually visually representable. Before I go into that, here just some images of what this hackathon looked like. It was Quantum Creators Con, I will call it hackathon, but the output is meant to be creative. Coding can, but doesn't have to be part of this. We were about 40 students, all from local communities in New York City. And the key targets here were to promote inclusivity and accessibility of the technologies, not by replacing mathematical learning, as a technical access point, but by complementing it with a different mode of understanding. Train creative professionals to do meaningful work in this area, and create educational resources, and of course for a company, create some PR valuable work. Nice graphics, always create your intersection with stakeholders of various types. And the two main organizers were Yulissa Lopez and Pedro Lopez. In case you meet them, I am putting up their names here. Okay, so this hackathon centered around the local community in New York. Importantly here, the teams were actually comprised of 3 or 2 design students and 1 technical lead that had no background in quantum whatsoever, but had some scientific background in for example, 2D material science or chemistry. So all of them were new to the topic. The workflow behind this event was firstly a kickoff meeting for people to form their teams directly on the first day. Then to have a series of technical lectures and design-based lectures, studying, for example, human-centered design, next to really deep technical introductory lessons to neutral atom quantum computing, given by the principal lead senior scientists of quantum computing. My role was the evaluating imagery in neutral atom quantum computing part, which is interesting for a person that has never done neutral atom quantum computing. But I have a background in quantum technologies. I had my PhD in experimental quantum photonics. And therefore, this really, in a way, drew the bridge from applying some of the technical learnings to very, very technical images. And I will show you some instances of that later. So after basically all of this input, there was 1 day to process. Discussions were going on across the entire span of this event. 1 day for tutorials to reflect on the first iteration of ideas, and then to have on the Saturday to have a full development day to really finalize these ideas, followed by a showcase on Sunday to make this event fancy and representable on LinkedIn. We had lecturers from various backgrounds, artists. Quantum was also there. Myself, coming from a different company, different senior scientists. I'm happy to give you more background on all of these. A musician as well, Scott Oshido, I think. Yeah. Something that I want to bring up is when we talk about imagery or art in science, we are actually talking about a lot of different ways or possibilities of what art can be. And when giving a frame for what kind of images should be created, and that's really the key pillar stone of making this work, it's about understanding, okay, what is the intention behind this image? And it's important to not want to do everything at once. So yes, ultimately, I guess we can decompose artistic or purpose-driven, meaningful work into a subject matter, to an audience, and then a kind of purpose behind that fuels an image that will connect these two. Sometimes you also have the image first, and then you just try to find an audience that kind of makes this whole thing coherently work. So for this hackathon, the emphasis was not to create engaging, exciting art, but to use art as a documentation of the learning process, to use art as an incentive for the students to ask questions and specify their understanding of what they are trying to draw. So yes, in the end, we had nice, I think quite beautiful and funky and funny scientific or artistic outputs. But the key point here is the process is what truly mattered to build a community that's deeply intersectional, that was comprised of design and natural science students. So here the purpose is a technical one. Motivate and empower understanding of the creators. And then as a collateral, probably of the audience that witnesses this work. Okay, so the transition between creation or like learning and creation, well, they are co-developing, but was in part the case study aspect of this. So we defined the subject matter to be technical. We let the teams decide the audience that they wanted to choose. Did they want to appeal to a specific what do you call it, status of ability? Do you want them to address a certain kind of demographic? Be precise on that. Don't try to talk to everyone, but really let them choose a precise kind of target audience that they really wanted to build this for. With the purpose not to excite, but again to educate and to help educate and to help understand the subject matter. So my lecture was I think 1.5 hour lecture on evaluating different kinds of images, and it was quite, and I think it was a key like a key initiator in the whole process for them to see how easy it will be for them to do much better than the industry currently can do. So these are just 2 images I put up here as instances of what we understand as art or as imagery, and you can see that both of these images are respectable efforts, but maybe not clear or aesthetically maximally pleasing. So the question here is, looking at what's the state of the art, I take this image because it's complicated, and I think it was part of a multi-$100,000 kind of grant for neutral atom quantum computing. So it's a high stakes image. It's the best that people could do, and I think people could have done better if they had the skills in design. And it actually is a physical image. So it is an image of an actual processor, or like a way that neutral atoms are arranged in a processor. So it actually, understanding this image and making it better actually enables you to understand some of the cutting edge technologies around NAQC. That's why I choose this image here. So besides having this kind of technical scope, let's ask, for example, here about the subject matter, about the audience, and about the purpose. The subject matter is a computation in a neutral atom array. You cannot know this if you haven't worked with neutral atom quantum computing, but that's why we had the experts in the audience. The audience was technical experts or people that were able to give technical experts a lot of money for their work. And the purpose of this image is to make accessible how logical qubits and physical operations relate to each other in experiments. You can tell me, and I think we probably align, what are the key weaknesses in this image? I leave out the strengths. There is an unclear flow here. What is happening? What is the sequence of events that's happening? Is there redundancy in information? What is being done here? What's the process? So we can improve this image by pushing for clarity and accessibility. And the privilege of this hackathon was to have the talent of interactive design students really want to work on making this better and learn. So what could you do? You could add, I mean, this is the basic computational principle. Why don't you add an example computation? Why don't you use different kinds of media, such as animated graphics, motion graphics? Why don't you show less, or only show the essential parts of this kind of operation? Be a little bit more reductionist in things that you are showing. Specify the labeling. Show the process. Really, in a way, stage your information. I could go on about this for hours. Sorry, so I will restrain myself. But ultimately, what came up is the students and I and other people had the same questions looking at this image. And it was their task and our privilege to have them work on making it better. But in order for them to make it better, they really need to understand what was going on. And they did, by giving these kinds of suggestions or by asking the questions that would enable them to make it better. Like, why do you choose the colors that you are choosing? Why are there not 3 spheres instead of, or circles instead of 2? There are so many visually incentivized kinds of modes of inquiry. More concretely now, the questions or the challenges that they were given, and I think that's one of the key aspects of this, were technical illustration challenges, and they were framed beforehand. Design concept art for neutral atom quantum computing, map the quantum computing workflow, visualize the difference between analog and gate-based neutral atom quantum computing. These people have never heard of quantum computing apart from like reading articles about it. And then if you really have a good idea, showcase your perspective. So based on the lectures that we had given them, I personally was amazed at the kinds of projects that came up. And I know this does not do justice to any of these projects. I have a link at the end of this presentation that will showcase some of the work in more detail. But what the work that I want to show here, I think testifies is a testament to is that, and what I can recount from my experience is that people were asking, about the energetics of the different kinds of laser wavelengths that you needed to use. So, for example, in this image, which kind of color should this set of laser beams have? Depends on the energy structure of the atoms that you are trying to excite. In this case here, you can see how someone used interactive design to project different kinds of excitation schemes onto hearts because they love hearts. But the hearts are representative of neutral atom quantum computers. This project is a cookbook that uses oatmeal versus chocolate chip cookies to explain the principle of superposition with the caveat that a cookie is not a quantum object. So we're like, it's really cool with this analogy, but it doesn't work. But we tried, and we now know why it doesn't work. So their modes of inquisition were catered to, and they packaged it in a way that made us all very happy we got to answer their questions, or we got to spend time on that. This group created an interactive quantum error correction protocol code, so you could drag and drop different kinds of lattice operations in an augmented reality kind of scheme. You can see here an app that is basically an interactive, it's a Figma mockup, but it's an interactive slide where you could, through different interactions, trigger the progression of how you prepare your atomic code, like atomic lattice. And then, of course, you also have classical kinds of projects, classical, more or less, which is, for example, this kind of poster that draws an analogy between qubits and almost alive cats. In all of these cases, I don't want to run into the fallacy of saying these outcomes are what validated the effort, because these outcomes are just documentations of processes. But what really mattered, what you cannot see here, is that this is so these were 3D modeling students. So what they did is a 3D model. One of the students did of a magneto-optical trap, of spatial light modulators, and they knew what all of these things were used for, and then did animations of the different parts of the process that they are part of. So I put the pictures here as well, just so that you know, if you see these people, give them a shout out anywhere in the world. I also highlight a few projects here, but you can look at all of them later. This is the cookbook, where the team created bubble tea, or using a straw to pick up the bubbles in bubble tea, to actually using optical tweezers to maneuver atoms in a cold atom array. So there were different kinds of analogies that were quite interestingly drawn. This is the interactive app project, where I can also just show excerpts that was beautifully animated within a day, just mind you. That also again shows you questions that people had to answer, choices that they had to make when they designed all of this. This demonstrated the cooling process for cold atoms, for example. Why would you paint them yellow? Is it a valid choice to paint or to color them yellow? And then I think my favorite project was definitely this. No explanatory value, but there is, because it is deeply accurate. But it doesn't mean that it's deeply accessible to people who didn't create it. Yeah, that's a beautiful. Okay, I'm biased, I'm subjective, but I think it's a beautiful, appreciable outcome that creates value for the audience on an artistic level, but created more fascinatingly to me, technical understanding in a team that was composed of 3 designers and 1 chemist. Okay, so to emphasize here, I think this project was a success, although there are some learnings to take from it. the key messages are one, the two outcomes that I want to emphasize again. This successfully educated a creative audience. They left excited about quantum, and they left, more importantly, with a feeling of empowerment. Like they could create value for this field, and they could also create value for themselves, because they just loved understanding something that made them feel very smart, just like every physicist does. And outcome two, it was a resource for the public. It is a resource for the public. And it's a deeply relatable resource because the people that created it actually were just as insecure about whether or not they could create it as the public that is not yet a quantum expert. It was also a very cure for interdisciplinary quantum communities. I mean, these were different community colleges in New York. People didn't know each other, but they are part of the same ecosphere, so they could easily connect afterwards. The technical experts really learned to do science communication within the team, because they had to explain to the team members for them to create something that's worthwhile. And yeah, I think basically this entire time was shaped by a sense of dialogue. So with this, I think I'm already over time. Zeki, how are we doing? Okay. And thank you all for your attention.
Yes. So due to time, I think we can skip the panel in the end, and you can ask your questions to the speakers now. And if you also have any questions to Fabienne, just add into the mix. So a few, again, quick questions to Angelina. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for this presentation and the project. How important is the location where you did it? So the people which are coming there, because it was in New York, right? When I sent it right. What would you say? How important is it that it happened there or in another place where a lot of creative people seem to be?
Super interesting question. I actually think it's not important at all. Like the location does not matter at all. I think you need to have a base culture of people feeling like it's okay to ask questions, but you can do that by having a first kickoff session that breaks the ice. Location agnostic.
Yeah, thank you to both of you actually, because I'm super jealous because it seems to be quite, so much fun to work on this connection point of art and quantum. So yeah, I was wondering, as you're both coming from physics, if I understood it correctly, actually I'm not. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, it's the same, right? So I was just wondering, did you think, it was a bit connected to your question, maybe, did you think about how to evaluate the impact of work of this connection point from art and quantum? So is there any research going on? What kind of impact does it have? Does it really change perspectives of people? Do you do, I don't know, questionnaires afterwards or something? So I was just thinking, because you probably both have this motivation also to look at it on a quantitative perspective.
Yeah, quantitative is always tricky because you kind of tend to reject or neglect minorities. But like qualitatively, for the people that were involved, that you're right. That's one of the key missings of this event. There wasn't enough follow-up. There could have been a follow-up in the shape of a Discord server, in the shape of a scholarship for people to really push their ideas to fully fledged product or fully fledged project. So we would need to do more. I know that there was a huge follow-up on LinkedIn, a lot of repostings and positive feedback, but not in the long term. I'm not aware of it in the long-term manner that I would like to be aware of it in.
Yeah, so yes, that's our motivation. Questionnaires, problematic. So we had that in January. You can basically throw tons of flyers with QR codes on the people that just don't do it. The problem is people are so overwhelmed. And if I look in my mailbox, how many questionnaires, everybody wants feedback to everything. And I'm like, just if I start filling out all these feedbacks, like reading terms of services, you never finish. So with the learning platform and art and 3D lobby, we basically just will push questions after every third learning opportunity, it's called in this case, to the people and see if they answer it. Another measurement what we have actually is for our events is that we basically know the industry and the age and the profession of the people who basically came and showed up. So that works very well. Then we can basically see that we have a little bit, we have this age gap somehow at the event between 35-ish and 50, where the people just don't attend. So people are either young or more towards the end of their careers, actually. And the third thing what we start to do is like we have in the YQSS always try to have like someone studying psychology. And at the moment we have like psychology students working like on a study around that where we can have as much passive things. And what also works very well, what we started like with these rooms, is buttons where the people can push on different opinions. People love buttons. Physical buttons work very well. And this you can do, as well as writing on the walls, which we so far did not systematically deal with, but this year is the first year where we have like basically the capacity to deal with. Because in terms of, it's fun to work with the people, but first, artists are inherently complex in general. It's not easy working with them. So yeah, I would say there are ways, but questionnaires are not a way. So also there, and circling back to my Monday talk, we need new methods. The methods at the moment are, people are too overwhelmed in our information society.
So, final question.
It's very nice, and I think it's like a maybe question to both of you, because it made me think like marshmallow test. When they did the research, so they started with following kids from the early moment, right? They gave them, for those that you don't know, right? The kids have to wait for a second one if they don't take one, or if they take it. Based on that one experience, what's the whole power of that they've been following these people and impact of that that experience, and also the choice that people made it. And I was just curious, would that be a way to interview before people, some of the people that enter your amazing programs, interact with that art you're already preparing, and then have a follow-up, I don't know, after 2 years to again meet the same people and just have conversations with them, because you're creating amazing spaces, and I am pretty sure that impacts people this or the other way simply by being there. It's just, I don't know, you just made me think about that experiment and how powerful it was. And yeah, congratulations on your both projects.
Yes, this is a solution. I think the big problem there is, in general, how much work and effort do you have? In general, I can say with the lab, we have this fund, and we also push, like, from the chair of my professor, some working hours in there. The problem is, at the moment, I have 35 people, and for doing such things, and for doing all the projects, people want to do collaborations, I could, without any problem, need 100 people. I don't want 100 people, the 35 are enough, really. But, so this is one problem. I think this qualitative methods is the direction we are going right now. What we actually do, so what's our next endeavor is, like, first, these rooms we created with Matter. Matter is a company which is doing, in general, tech happenings combined with arts, normally Barcelona or Emirates based. So what we will do with them, one, is to see if we create a permanent space in Abu Dhabi, financed by their ministries. And the second thing we are working on right now is, like, the Technical University of Munich opens a new space at the airport in Munich to have a permanent space in the airport, and there from time to time try to catch some interview questions, etc. Because also there, with the rate of people going through, they expect, if, for example, even you try it with the more traditional QR code or questioning or please help us, if it just does every 50th person should be enough for a study. So yes, it is an option, and it's a direction we are going into, but it's also a direction where we need to see how it is. one solution for us is to have students to do their master's thesis in it. We have some students doing their master thesis and then conducting interviews and so on. But it's not easy, and specifically a long-term study has a little bit the downside that we have too much fluctuation in the teams. And this is because we are at as a state just finance 3 years of research projects in a row, and we need a year to hire people, and we need a year to have projects financed. So I think for a lot of these things, we're getting into the very fundamental structural problems of academia and third-party funding. But so very long answer, sorry, but a short answer is yes, would be great, but capacity is very limited.
Angelina?
I keep waiting for the mic, sorry. There's no hard metric on this. But my experience is that there is some kind of recirculation of people. I mean, the reason this event came up is because of multiple interactions with one of the organizers at previous conferences. So there's like a kind of soft coherence that actually, you know, made this event possible in the first place. I know that some people went into recruitment pipelines who supported or who were part of this hackathon. Others learned about opportunities in my case now in Singapore or maybe in Europe. So there were a lot of implicit kinds of table conversations and so on. And I think they will, based on experience with other kinds of outreach programs, people will come back in different kinds of formats that are yet unpredictable, and we just trust into this, like letting go and then seeing how people may reapproach us, or how we may reapproach them. Something that, for example, they want to build up in future iterations of this is actually creating more follow-up opportunities. So having design companies there, perhaps, or different kinds of recruitment pipelines or just project pipelines. Yeah, but it's a missing point. So yeah, good that you bring it up.
With that being said, let's thank Angelina again.
Okay, it's a classic now. I'm always at responsible QT, the person standing between you and your lunch. And when I saw the program, I said, oh, that's great. Now there's a panel. I don't have to rush. But again, I have to rush. It's a classic. For the folks who don't know me, normally I don't do that many crackpot research, but fate of luck at all responsible quantum technologies, that's what I do. If you remember, this was on the first QS I attended. It was, why do we need science communication in quantum information technologies? And this is from a very famous Marvel movie. There's quantum people in the quantum realm. I mean, you know how ridiculous this sounds. Not many people do. And we were talking this morning about quantum myths, right? So Ismet was talking about it. I'm going to talk about quantum myths, but I'm going to talk about the other type of quantum myths. This was from last year. Together with Zeki and Ali, we investigated all the tweets, a couple of millions of tweets about quantum-related tweets. And even though this is more scientific, it's about the investments and stuff, we identified some quantum healing, quantum thought, and that kind of stuff. And today I'm going to talk about that part mostly. I'm an interdisciplinary social scientist, by the way. I'm not going to talk about my background because I sound like a con man. I dabble in a lot of stuff, from quantum to astrobiology to design to innovation management. Yeah, now I see the faces and I'm going into the con man territory, so I'm stopping right here. But I have the luxury of studying what I am curious about. And I don't recommend that, by the way. You know, your career will take a hit. Don't be an interdisciplinary, by the way. I'm listening to you all talking about interdisciplinary research, how quantum. Don't do that to your students, you know? make your students get a degree on something, do research, build a career on that something, and then if they're established, now they can dabble in interdisciplinarity. We can talk more about that. I did my postdoc at NASA about interdisciplinary collaborative research, so I'm talking about real research. I know what I'm talking about at the moment. In the next slides, I won't. But here I am. So this is Angelina. She is a landscape architect. She's 35 years old. She got lost in the woods in Istanbul at Belgrade Woods. You don't know how big that woods is. It's by Istanbul. It is maybe, it's less than 4 times the size of Central Park. So it's not that big. She was lost there in February. We couldn't find her for 4 days. Night vision cameras, drones, thousands of people. It became a big sensation. And after 4 days, she was found like this. She was alive at the moment. She was taken into hospital. And of course, the media frenzy go out because she was dabbling in esoteric arts, including quantum touch, which is the subject of today's topic. Quantum touch, quantum thought, quantum healing and stuff. So it's believed that she opened the portal, she moved there, and that's why we couldn't pick any traces of her stuff. The interesting thing, they found her clothes folded. So she went there to clear her mind for meditation and stuff. Her clothes were there, folded. She folded them. So she kind of got outer clothes, I should say. She wasn't naked. Anyway, you said that why should we care now about these things? Because she died at the hospital due to severe hypothermia. I mean, people die because of these quantum bullshit, quantum metaphysics, I should say. It is, I don't want to say it's like pandemic, but it is pandemic. I just found, for this study, I looked at 23 quantum healing related trainings. In this analysis, I'm including 10 of them. And I want to show you how science communication can help. Or the second option, which I provided this option in my first responsible QT, we know the lingo. Let's establish a company and let us make money. We can make money. We can sell quantum healing. We all have PhDs in quantum. So I'm going to give you 2 options for this presentation. Either let's use science communication so that people don't die, or let us do it in a proper way. We won't let people die, and we can become rich, because a session for an hour is around 100 euros, but you will see some diplomas along the way, quantum healing diplomas. We can sell these diplomas pretty easily. And among us, we have that type of expertise. So I looked at 10 different training programs, investigated them, and I'm going to talk about that. And I'm going to talk about our responsibility to the community or public at large, because this is more like and everything this morning I saw was great. Quantum education, quantum teaching. My part is that more like Baba Yaga stories. You tell kids, if you don't brush your teeth, if you don't finish your food, this thing happens. If we don't do science communication, this thing happens. Okay? So all programs actually have this, as Ignacio said, narrative builds reality. All have this quantum narrative where you can control everything with your thoughts. Quantum fields, quantum energies, and things like that, because of the observer affecting quantum physics. I mean, it's far-fetched because you're experts, you have PhDs and blah, blah, blah. But for the ordinary folks, with my thought, I can do stuff, and I do. There is a very strong emphasis on energy, vibrations, frequencies, subatomic levels, and things like that. It's pseudoscientific, of course, but again, it is for you pseudoscientific. For other folks, it must be really smart. One thing here is quantum EFT, quantum emotion freedom technique. I want to spend a couple of seconds on this thing. I'm not going to charge money, so don't be afraid, okay? Not at this point. The first one is free, but after that, any quantum training I'm going to provide you in this session, I'm going to charge you money. So let's say you have an anxiety, let's say public speaking. Not something I suffer from. As you can see, I'm quite chatty. Normally I'm shy, but when on stage, I talk a lot. So let's say you have a trauma, a fear. What you do is you remember what gives you that trauma. So I'm imagining right now, and you can imagine something that gives you trauma. In front of people, I have to talk in a second language that I am not quite fluent. Oh my God, in a topic called quantum physics, it's like rocket science, even harder. What I'm going to do? I'm going to think about this event, and then I'm going to start tapping certain chakras for certain times. I see you're not believing me. I'm not going to charge. You can do it. You know, tap. This is called quantum tapping, quantum EFT or quantum tapping. It's the both of them are the same. When you do the whole set for a couple of minutes, you feel better, you feel relaxed, and then you go on stage and give your public speaking or whatever that thing gives you trauma, that gives you fear. And that's what they teach in this stuff. So the thing is, from a science communication perspective, we must engage with how scientific language is co-opted, because it's not only about being misunderstood, but how trust is re-established by charlatans. And I believe these people are charlatans. 3 of them are doctors, 2 of them have higher education in this 10 set of my data set. So they're kind of trained. And medical doctors, I mean, that is important. It's prestigious. In my country, people let their daughters marry medical doctors, you know. So it's prestigious, they're trained, but they're still charlatans. And we use scientific language. So this is the first thing we need to think about. The second thing, as you can see, it is a pseudo science buffet, open buffet. I mean, they have everything there. Normally, in these quantum healing, quantum thought, and quantum touch. And, you know, I don't want to talk a lot about quantum touch because it doesn't sound politically correct. It sounds really dirty. You know, quantum touch, what is touching what? I mean, what is quantum touch? You know, for instance, I'm going to open Zeki's third eye now, and he will be enlightened. This is quantum touch, but there are different types of quantum touches that goes with harassment and things like that. I'm not going to get into details of that. I'm just looking at in this analysis, the training materials they have. In these techniques, of course, they merge stuff from Oriental or esoteric trainings like Ayurvedas or Chinese traditional medicine, some breathing techniques. And scientifically, we know that if we do a breathing exercise right now, you can start seeing lights because I'm going to deprive your brain from, you won't be getting enough oxygen, and that's a natural body reaction. We use these type of eclectic techniques in order to impress people and then open their third eye. Now you can see lights after that breathing exercise, for instance. I mean, he has already seen the light, and he wrote a master thesis in our department, so he's already enlightened many years ago. As communicators and scientists, we need to understand how boundary blurring language is used. You know, it's not enough to give people real stuff, because they they create a meaning. They connect themselves to certain meanings. And these meanings are not pure. Scientific communication, you may think that if we give them the facts, they will see the light, like Zeki did. They won't. Because this thing happens at an emotional level, not an intellectual level. And in most of science communication activities, unfortunately, we forget that. This is something we overlook. Promises, promises, promises. I mean, I'm going to cure your cancer. I'm going to cure your any traumas you have, addictions, anxieties, fertility issues, which quantum touch comes into play. Again, this is the PG-13, so I'm not going to talk about what touches where. But also, you're going to get better sleep, better focus, better concentration. In fact, in psychology, we call this Dodo effect. Dodo effect is what type of therapy is best. And when they do studies, all therapies somehow yield some results. The reason for that is not one therapy is better than the other, but when a therapy is executed, the person, the patient, the consultee is more aware of his or her actions. So you somehow yield results because now you're more conscious of your actions and stuff. Instead of living in an automated pilot, you're more concerned and it is reflected on your actions. So if you pay me some money and we do some exercises, you're going to get better at these anyway because you want to believe and you are more mindful of your actions now. It is always instant, effortless, it's easy. That's why people keep coming back to these things. And there is this quick fix is like an addiction. It's like a drug. I mean, we do breathing exercises, you feel better because maybe you're not doing breathing exercises. Your breathing is important. Next time, you come back because you want to feel better again, like you're looking for a drug. I mean, the mechanisms are quite similar. Well, let's talk about marketing. They refer to certain folks like Einstein. I saw one Einstein in this morning's presentation. They refer to quotes from Planck. I didn't know Planck was that famous in that circle. I mean, I know he's very famous in physics. They create their own cultural meaning. For instance, Quantum program. I mean, I did this study in Turkey, Islamic country, Quran is the sacred book. Quantum program, that's quite creative. That is quite creative, and nobody's throwing stones at them. I mean, I think they also saw the light. They give out prestigious sounding diplomas, or they're certified, they're accredited. Some of them are international. They give you also international certificates. There isn't a governing body looking at these things. And I don't know, maybe there shouldn't be any governing bodies. I don't know. I'm really confused at this. We talk about using fake science jargon, misattributed authority. Let's talk about dangerous rhetoric, lack of accountability. See, for instance, medical dismissal. You may think that, oh, these are not educated people, the participants of these studies. Keep in mind that Steve Jobs refused at the beginning treatment for his cancer. He died. I mean, I think he was quite smart. I don't like Apple products, but he was a good businessman. He was educated. He was visionary. I mean, for some, he was like a prophet. He had infinite amounts of money. We probably cannot conceptualize how rich he was because we're loser academics, right? We don't make that kind of money. But he somehow believed in this type of approach. I'm not going to say bullshit. So if you're, and he was very egomaniac. I mean, he had a very big ego. Even he was somehow prey for these type of approaches. And this is quite serious. I mean, when you're refusing to get treatment. The other thing they use in their rhetoric is you are sick because at some level you wanted this. You somehow sabotaged yourself. Because reality is created through your thoughts. Remember the observer effect. I mean, your thoughts have an impact on the reality you live in. Whether right or wrong, I don't know. I cannot test that. So if you're sick, you wanted that. If you're not getting better, it's because of you, you're not getting better. My techniques are correct. This is the rhetoric they use. So you do something, get better, you get better. If you can't get better, it's because of you. In any case, you pay money to me. That's something we don't refrain. So blame shifting is a very big deal in these trainings, in these circles. I mentioned our side. So we need to think beyond scientific validity and ask what infrastructures of responsibility are or aren't in place when such claims circulate in an unregulated epistemic ecosystem. And this is both science communication, both cultural anthropology, and I feel responsible on an ethical level as well. You're the problem, you're the solution. Coaching, therapy, sometimes they put on their website or their trainings, we don't do medical stuff. So they somehow trying to get rid of the responsibility if someone goes to court, but it's not that clear. I haven't mentioned DNA reprogramming, but that's also some subatomic level thing. What I want to say is that this is a really good high-level manipulation. For my master's degree, I studied psychological warfare. These are masters. These are masters in that type of psychological manipulation and that type of bullshitting. So when we do science communication, we must engage with emotional imaginaries. If you're trained in science, emotional imaginary, the concept of emotional imaginary is alien to you. If you're trained in marketing, for instance, you may be, okay, that makes sense. Or if you're trained in philosophy or sociology, reality is socially constructed. You get that idea. But for a scientist, and most of the time we want science communicators come from science because they know science, especially this complex science, really well. They don't have that emotional imaginary concept, and they cannot connect their rhetoric to inform people. And people easily believe these charlatans instead of, for instance, this handsome physicist who's doing his best for years in quantum education. What else I have? So not only debunking claims, but asking what unmet needs are met through these training programs is a problem. It's not a problem we can solve, by the way. I mean, there are societal problems, different problems, psychological problems, but in order to understand the audience and in order to tell them about quantum physics, in order to connect them, we need to understand them better. So their unmet needs are important for us to, I don't want to say exploit, but craft our science messages. My example is this, let's assume we are superheroes. We all have superpowers. Okay, we can punch our way through. We have laser beam eyes, whatever. But every good comic book reader knows that if the hero wins that story through punching stuff, that's not a good story. I mean, we want to see brain power. We want to see some cunning stuff. We want to see some smartness. I mean, we know science very well. We know mathematics very well, computer very well, machine learning very well. We can talk about these things in a very high accuracy. Well, that doesn't, it's like punching your way. That doesn't work with the public, with the audience. You need to be smarter than that, is what I'm trying to say. This is Ignacio, I'm in your territory. So if something is wrong here, just tell me, because this is marketing 101. It works wonders. I mean, they have these upsells, vibrational EFT, for instance. I mean, you are now level 2. For level 3, you need to increase the money you need to pay for me. And you need, because you're already addicted for that good feeling, because when you attend these events, you feel good, you pay more money. That's upsell. So there's a practitioner pipeline. Like you have PhDs, master students, they have their students. It's like a Ponzi scheme. And if you're third level, now you can open your own classes. You can teach some breathing exercise. If you're 5th level, these are all already in the training material of these folks. And somehow they're following the universities or academia's footsteps. I mean, we have something that's working for the last millennia or two. So they're applying these stuff without our due diligence to their own topic. And finally, there is a consequence of our silence. First, public is disengaged from high-level science. In every American cliche movie or TV show, there's this person who talks about what he or she did with computers, and the main guy turns to that person and say, "Please, Lucas, in English." See, this means that public is disengaged with that very basic. The guy is talking about, I put this parameter for our search query so that we can identify the serial killer. He must be 35, that's a parameter, white, non-married, whatever. And public even doesn't understand this. Please look us in English. See, this disengagement is terrible. Science is not in an ivory tower, not for the elite folks who are smart, because nature abhors raccoon. If you leave that field, public, something will fill that for the public. And these charlatans do it really well. Charismatic vacuum filling, public confusion. So when I talk about science communication, there are different areas. I don't know how familiar you are with science communication. It started in 1960s. It was about actually the Sputnik era. I'm already over time, so I can't. It's already gone. So it's okay. So when Russians sent Sputnik to the orbit, there was a huge craze in the US. And they wanted to respond. They sent their rocket in a couple of weeks later than that on live TV, because they're Americans, everything must be on live TV. And it just crashed on live TV. And it's called Flopnik. I mean, you can see in newspaper headlines, Flopnik, and things like that. So they said, what's wrong with us? And they found out that smart people are getting into politics or into law school because they think that science is not a good profession. They don't let their daughters marry with scientists in the simplest way. So they said that we need to increase scientific literacy. That's how the official science communication started. But by 1980s, we realized that it doesn't work. in fact, according to Pew surveys, scientific literacy went down, despite spending so much money and effort and blah, blah, blah. So they said that, maybe public is hopeless, they're idiots. We cannot make them literate in science. At least let us make them appreciate science. So they continue paying taxes for NIH, NSF, NASA, whatever. That didn't work, as you can guess. So in 1990s, we moved into a different paradigm. Public understanding of science. That didn't work. In 2000, we moved to another one, public engagement with science, which is the current paradigm. Science with and science for society is actually, that's a result of this approach. So we need to engage with these folks. Otherwise, someone else will reclaim that area. So I am wrapping up. Ziki is being kind. He's not, giving wrap up. He didn't do anything. He's a nice person. So nature abhors vacuum. If we are silent, someone else will speak. And they're going to make money out of this. They're making money, shitloads of money out of this, so they will speak, even if we speak. So maybe we have to speak louder. We have to rethink science communication maybe as a form of care instead of I'm going to bombard this person with experiments and scientific facts, because it doesn't work like that. Their need is not to learn science, but something emotional. So we need to address that emotional so that they lower their shields. After they lower their shields, give them calculus if you can. I don't mind that, but you have to break with that first resistance, because everybody thinks people are math phobia. I mean, math is the most wonderful thing you can think of, but it's quite common to have math phobia. So we need to apply. This is too small in my eyes. I can't see. We need to apply responsible innovation forward. Give me a second. So we need to anticipate misuse of science. For us, science is maybe sacred. When I was doing my work at NASA, for instance, in my interviews, people told me that they feel like this puppet-like attitude. I'm going to do something about space, about science. I grew up with Star Trek. For them, science is something holy. They cannot conceptualize science being misused or scientific jargon is misused. But that's quite common, as you just saw. So we need to anticipate that. We need to reflect on the social dimensions of how science is communicated, in which setting, to whom, how, why. We have to be more inclusive, and actually we are doing our best. But again, in most cases, it's people who are already interested in quantum physics or quantum-related topics. What about the rest? And finally, responsive forms of dialogue. In most of the cases, scientists are not very responsive to the critics they receive. Since we know the shit better than anyone else, when you write a PhD thesis, dissertation, you know that topic even better than your advisor. That's your expertise. So we have this attitude, but it's not very good attitude in communication, because it shouldn't be a one-way communication. This is the teaser for next year's ResQT, if we have one. So we're going to look at some tweets in this area. And I'm also planning to do some field study, if I can stomach attending these trainings and keep my mouth shut there, because I should go undercover. So that's all. Let's have one lunch. Hello. Our first speaker is Nguyen. You will have 15 minutes for your presentation and then another 5 minutes for Q&A. Would that be okay?
Sure, that works.
Okay, the floor is yours.
All right, perfect. I'm muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're not muted.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Perfect. So I'm going to be talking about legal aspects of quantum technologies, specifically from the perspective of my current PhD research, which I'm doing at the University of Amsterdam. So I'm working at the intersection of law and innovation of quantum technologies. And I'm looking at governance questions specifically from the framework of value chain governance. So that's what I'm going to be speaking about. So let's just dive right in. So I am looking at what I'm calling legal dynamics within quantum innovation. So what do I mean when I say legal dynamics? It's just to sort of describe law in action. So how does the law really hit the ground? How does it transpire in real life? And how does it really hit the actors within the innovation ecosystem? So how do researchers deal with legal regulations like export restrictions? How do entrepreneurs deal with intellectual property questions? And what is the role of law and policymakers in shaping how the innovation space comes about? So I'm really interested in just studying what kind of encounters actors and artifacts of quantum innovation have with the law, and really trying to pin down, well, how does it really hit the ground? So it's more a very socio-legal inquiry in studying law. So it's not really a black and white sort of doctrinal reading of the law, but rather a sort of sociological inquiry in how these things kind of really come about. So yeah, I'm very interested in seeing at what different registers or interfaces quantum actors deal with the law. So you can imagine a PhD researcher deals with the law or comes aware of the law or not at all, as opposed to a PI who is at an interface or at a different level where they do come into contact with the nitty-gritty aspects of the law and how to translate legal obligations into practices that are relevant for legal, for scientific research. And the same can be said about people who are within the entrepreneurial space. So depending on your position within a quantum company or a quantum startup, you will deal with the law in different ways. Bigger companies have sectioned off legal departments, legal counsels, whereas smaller startups with a smaller team, they might be dealing with everything from the scientific research to also dealing with legal issues that might come their way. So that's a very interesting social dynamic that I'm also trying to study within my PhD. And then finally, I'm also looking at the interests and the agendas of the states in the science and industry. So looking at how the confluence of scientific goals, economic ambition, and geopolitical considerations, how that all comes together and shapes the different ways legal instruments are used and regulatory choices are made. So I think a very fundamental question you always encounter with new technologies in this space is, well, what is there for the law to govern? So I think quite often you encounter legal scholarship or governance scholarships within quantum technologies, which are talking about kind of anticipatory governance. So how would the law govern a quantum future? So it's really invoking a lot of forecasting and future studies and how that feeds into how we think about the law. But what I'm actually just interested in is the more, I guess, the rather mundane current developments. So I'm not really imagining a quantum future just yet. So I'm really just looking at what is actually just happening right now. And what is happening right now is that there's just a lot of R&D going on. I mean, there's a lot of progress that has happened within the last few months and also within the last 2 or 3 years. But nonetheless, we are still in very much heavy R&Ds. I don't mean like scientific R&D, but rather kind of the R&D that is geared towards commercialization and commercial scale up of quantum. But nevertheless, it's a very much a heavy R&D enterprise that we are still engaged in. So that is kind of like the factual basis that I'm working with. And that is quite interesting to look at from a value chain governance perspective. So value chain governance has been something that is quite trendy at the moment. It's extremely fashionable to talk about supply chain governance, supply chain resilience, especially in a technology governance sort of space. You saw this within the semiconductor industry where supply chain resilience was a huge topic in identifying supply chain vulnerabilities and identifying certain choke points within the supply chain and certain champions that might emerge as predominant within such a framework, and how to, create those champions or how to avoid being dependent on certain choke points. So I think it's been a very a very popular framework of talking about technology governance. And it's quite interesting that these kind of frameworks are being used within the quantum space, which means that if you talk about how to visualize, I guess, the object of regulation, so how to visualize what law is actually governing in quantum, you're actually just visualizing quantum as kind of like how to govern the supply chain of quantum R&D. So basically you are looking at, well, not really how a certain how a quantum computer or quantum sensor is the object of regulation, but you're rather looking at how does law regulate the whole supply chain of the thing. So how does it regulate the material resources, access to resources, so access to equipment, components, and materials for quantum labs, and access and the way that knowledge flows are being regulated, and the way information is shared, and how all of these things are being exchanged. So that's a very interesting framework to use to study quantum, which is, I mean, as an object of regulation, it's quite, it's still very ambiguous, but if you visualize it, or if you think about it as, okay, this is actually an endeavor to govern every supply chain or the whole value chain that goes into this R&D and this innovation endeavor, it becomes a very interesting way to look at how law is already shaping the current innovation ecosystem. So once you think about it, think about regulation of quantum as regulating its value chain, you'll think about the way that law is acting as an instrument. So the first thing that you probably will think about is the usage of law as a measure of ring fencing of access to critical resources and materials that is necessary for quantum innovation. I think yesterday you already talked quite a few sessions about export restrictions, which is a classical instrument of ring fencing access to critical technologies from adversaries, right? You see this dynamic also in travel and visa restrictions of which kind of knowledge workers do we allow into our ecosystem? And you see this in investment screening, which answers the question, well, what kind of funding can we accept into our ecosystem? These are all very much ring fencing goals and dynamics that are going on. And then you can also see how law is being used as a way to create or extract value from scientific research. And what do I mean by that? So I'm basically talking about how law is being used as an instrument to make research into intellectual assets. So think about intellectual property, think about patents and copyrights. those are all legal regimes that are created to essentially make intellectual assets out of ideas, knowledge, and invention. So through an intellectual property right, like patent right or copyright, you have an asset that you can license. So through your property right, you can license it, you can trade it, so it becomes like a commercialized asset. So through that that possession of intellectual assets, or like having this portfolio of these things, it's really conducive to like this whole endeavor of we're trying to commercialize this thing. We're trying to move from scientific research into commercialization. If you look into innovation policy, or for example, the quantum flagship or the European Quantum Industry Consortium, you will see a lot of IP policy and a lot of talk about using these legal instruments to extract value from it and create sort of a portfolio of assets that you can manage and govern. And that the same really goes also for the creation of startups. So it's just like the same process of transferring or transforming technological and scientific research into commercial entities or commercial assets that will, you know, help with this growth into commercialization of quantum technologies. So this really all leads to the question, well, how do these legal practices, how do they influence the way knowledge is being produced? So how do they influence practices of knowledge production within the university space? So how does it influence university educational policy, research policy? And that really hits the third mandate of the university. So first mandate is research, second mandate is education and teaching, and third mandate is usually valorization. So which means it's like research transfers, a transfer of knowledge from academia into industry. So that really goes to intellectual asset management policies and knowledge valorization policies, and sort of looking at what is the law doing in shaping all these policies, and what kind of legal instruments do we see in these sort of innovation and science policy. And then last point I will touch on is looking or being aware of the dynamics that might be at play in using the law as either a ring fencing instrument or a value extraction or creation instrument. And those rationales or like logics are quite prevalent in all kinds of legal discussions. So the first rationale is, you probably are familiar, technological sovereignty or quantum sovereignty is just like this goal of trying to be rather independent as much as possible, and being able to say who is our partner and who is our ally, and knowing that we might not have to necessarily be super dependent on a certain supplier of technology, for example. Very much closely related to that is the logic of security. So securitization is a huge driver of legal policies. So you see security being a very perfect link to this ring fencing dynamic you see with export restrictions, travel restrictions, and investment screening. I don't have to dwell too much on that. You know, it's because quantum technologies are viewed as a security liability and a security asset. So that's why this drive towards security is something that is very familiar. And I guess it's a very easy fallback strategy for lawmakers to rely on the logic of securitization to get certain regulatory choices approved and accepted by industry and scientific communities. And I think the last logic is a little bit more less hands-on, but nonetheless still quite important to think about, is this drive to be the first. So it's the thing that really drives this whole competitiveness and dynamics. So if you think about the drag report, there's a huge element placed on competitiveness and competition. So this drive is something that will feel not just like the ring fencing to, you know, choke off access to other players, but also in the choices we make in how we do our commercialization policy. So what role do we assign to patents? What role do we assign to counting the numbers of startups that we have into our ecosystem? And how does this drive to be the first? How does that shape knowledge production policy? So how do we manage to valorize things that are being researched at the moment to bring it to industry? So I will just end there, and if you have any further questions, I'm gonna be very excited to discuss them in the Q&A.
Thank you, On. Well, I just learned a lot, but also I learned that the speaker after you is canceled, so you have more time. If you want to add or highlight something before I go to the audience for questions and comments, you can do it now.
So I think I covered everything that I wanted to cover. So I think it would be best to just open it up for a Q&A. I'm really curious about all of your thoughts, especially if you are not working in legal research scholarship. That's very interesting for me too.
Okay, excellent. So questions, remarks?
Hi, thanks for your talk. My name is Aaron Strangfeld. I'm from the European Space Agency. I was wondering, when people have these different tools in their repertoire, how do they decide which to use? Are there thorough assessments? They do some impact analyses, or do you also observe that some things are just put in place maybe overcautiously?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the question you always are left with when whenever a new set of restrictions are being put into place. I think on the surface, especially like speaking from the European perspective, you do tend to run into this dynamic that it's pretty much catching up or always copying certain policies that were already put in place by its more technologically not savvy, but more technologically dominant partner in the US. So export restrictions is an example where you really see that these restrictions were put into place after the US had put into place certain thresholds. So there you see, okay, it's not really something that has been thought through as we need this for our ecosystem, but rather we need to put this to be aligned. So this need to be in alignment in terms of policy, or like buying into certain policies for alliance politics reason. I think that's a huge driver in quantum at the moment, because if you look at the scientific the reactions of the scientific community as a reaction to the export restrictions that were put into place, most of them were just very puzzled and confused about the technical specifications, and why exactly do we choose the threshold of 34 qubits as a minimum, or why there are certain error correction thresholds there that are relevant for putting export restrictions on quantum computers, and why only quantum computers? Why didn't they put export restrictions on quantum communications and quantum sensing? So there doesn't seem to be much of understanding that this is done because it's strategic and good for, or it serves a certain long-term strategic purpose for the ecosystem. But the logic behind it for me at the moment, especially with all the ring fencing measures, is rather a sense of we need to catch up and harmonize with our partners. When it comes to things like IP policy, that I guess is still very much in the embryonic phase. People are starting to talk about it, but with patent counting, with startup counting, there seems to be more of this undertone of these are indicators for innovation. Whether or not they indicate real innovation, we don't know, but it's nice to be able to say that we have certain patents. And for example, the European flagship, the quantum flagship document explicitly says that we just need more patents because the US and Japan has more patents than us, so we need to up our patent count. So it's a competition logic, but whether or not it's very much fit for purpose from a long term, I think the question, or like the jury is still out, but there is a lot of the, you know, bandwagoning and also trying not to fall behind, trying to keep up the image of we are not falling behind sort of logic that underlies the decisions to implement certain like regulatory choices.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hey, thank you for your talk. So I want to, I'm curious about your opinion about like the feedback loop, because as you said, there is now like the decisions are being made based on a tendency than rather actually thoughtful strategy or response instead of a thoughtful action. And do we have anything in a history of exchange of goods or something that we could look on how quickly we would have to respond to avoid like a you know, pejorative thing for our own ecosystem? Because just because some regulations will work well in one country for one, it would not work for the other one. And do we have a way of actually quantifying it beyond patents? Because as you said, I mean, just amount of patents will not really say much. I mean, it's the same as we know now that amount of research papers might not necessarily be the best to know where we're going in the future. We can only assess that we've wrote that many papers, that we produced that outcome, that product, but what it really means, it's hard to gauge. Just, yeah.
Well, I'm totally in concert with what you're saying. So I don't know if there's much I need to respond to that, because I do agree with everything you said in terms of saying, well, there's actually just not enough evidence or like statistical evidence, or there's just not enough data available to assess whether or not these things are effective. And when we are able to, or if we are able to assess that it's not effective, well, we're just kind of behind already. So in terms of the IP, this just comes from like general conversations with PhD researchers, scientists within the quantum ecosystem within the Netherlands, and I think they one of them made a really interesting, or like just a thoughtful observation that certain ecosystems like the Netherlands are very good at, you know, box ticking, because for them at least, ticking those boxes of having a certain amount of patents, having a certain amount of research papers, creating a certain amount of startups, it's just like an indicator that they are good, they are on their way, and that they are able to get more funding. That's like goal reached. Doesn't really matter if we're not making a usable, like a fault-tolerant quantum computer yet. But I mean, we got extra funding for the next phase of our research project, so that's like goal reached. So I don't know if that's actually perceived as, you know, not conducive if extra money is flowing into the ecosystem. I don't think they are wrestling with thoughts of not having done enough for the ecosystem. So that, I guess, is something to kind of just keep in mind. Not that I have a specific answer to that, but yeah, and also just to add on for the export restrictions, I think there just generally there's also still like lack of data and lack of being able to track or to follow whether or not the enforcement of export restrictions will actually be result in a certain ecosystem gaining more technological lead time. So these kind of reports are being done within the semicon industry, and just the general consensus that like the export restrictions just don't work, just based on the data that is available for semicon. But semicon is a global industry, so there's just a lot more available. With quantum, actually, I don't know how we would access the kind of data about enforcement, whether or not we have to go to like an export restriction bureau and see what kind of export restrictions they have granted or not, and whether or not they've been effective. There's just not, not enough for us to really conclusively say, yeah, this is not effective, but then, people would still cling on to having those export restrictions because we need to have the air of authority in that we can protect our ecosystem.
Thank you. Any other questions, remarks, comments? Dance routines? No? Okay, thank you, Jan.
So, hello, good afternoon, everybody. In this talk, I will talk about communicating about quantum technology to you all. Maybe it is a familiar topic to some of us here, but I think you will find this interesting. And how many of we in the room that has been confronted with this kind of remarks? Okay, most of us. And then how many of us has read this kind of very positive things about quantum technology in the media? Okay, most of us also has been confronted with this news. So I think there is a problem here. The connection between one side of quantum technology, on the other side is society. So in the society, there is a maybe misconception, maybe there is not enough understanding to engage with quantum technology. But from Alex's presentation, we know that on the sixth pillar of RRI is public engagement. So on my group, we are trying to build this public engagement, so how we can engage with the public regarding quantum technology in general or quantum science. So this is the research question that we work on this group. We have analysis of the news in media, especially the Dutch one, and also YouTube videos and TED Talks, how in these TED Talks quantum computing is being communicated to the public. And also we have for the outreach, how we can develop outreach that we can measure that our outreach have effects on the public. And also, I think art metaphor, something like that, is used as a device to make quantum technology more understandable to the public. And we also have research on that. And maybe some of us also working on outreach in arts and also quantum games, how we make games to teach people or to make people learn about quantum technology. We have this for a specific target group, so people in the middle school, people in the basic school. And my research is about the hype and global engagement in quantum technology. So we are already ticking the first box, and we are going to move to the second box, hype in quantum science and technology. So this is maybe the fourth climbing graph that we see on this third day. We also Lucas also have shown this graph before, and also Alex has shown the number of MS master program that interesting, and this is the number of academic quantum articles that also increasing. And
I would say that this is an indication of a hype in this particular topic. So this is the research question that I'm working with. What are the themes of expectation, vision, futures in this field, academic field, and what are the dynamics? Because I think from the previous presentation, for example, from your presentation, we know that it is important to know how the future is being imagined in the society, so we can have a better conversation with them. And from your presentation, we also have that this is the features are how people give meanings to quantum technology. So I would say it is worth the effort to study this. And I'm doing this by sampling the most cited article in the last 20 plus years. Maybe I can share some of the results of my study. It is still work in progress. So I have the findings and something to discuss with you here. And I think this is really interesting to see the evolution of the terms. We have here the terms that associated with quantum technology, so quantum communication, computing, quantum cryptography, quantum sensing, and quantum simulators. But we also have this quantum information processing, and we can look better to this quantum information processing. It is going down. From 2009, we have the peak of 11 most cited articles talking about quantum information processing, but it is going down now. Why? Because I talked to several people why this is the case. Because quantum information processing is about how we can measure and process and manipulate quantum state. And at the beginning, it is very important, but now we talk this measuring, manipulating more in the terms of quantum technology. So we are moving from the academic sphere, the basis research thing to the more applied one. So the field is moving. And the other interesting to see is the use cases year by year. Here I coded use case when in the article the authors give their probable use case in the future. So for example, robust attack, this is very technical use cases. And maybe in the very recent articles, it is more applicable. So for drug discovery, material science, chemical engineering. So as the more recent the article, the more these very tangible use cases in the academic sphere. And I also make this some grouping. So the use cases is range from this abstract one, faster computation in certain problem. You have this in the middle, more concrete one, and you have very concrete use cases in the right hand side. So this is the use cases that I found in this particular article. Why it is maybe important to look at this, because these use cases can travel to other spheres. It can travel to the media sphere. So ordinary people will talk about quantum technology in the terms of these use cases, and also maybe it travels to the policymakers. Policymakers will relate their job to these use cases. And also interesting to see economic or commercial potentials year by year. You have also increasing numbers of futures in which economic potentials is important in those futures. So as early as 2009, we have this kind of features that being imagined as early as 2009. And as recent as 2023, we have this biomedical application that imagine will bring commercial profit in the future. So, and another dimension to see is the expectation between these features, because the gray one is without the fault correction or NISQ, noisy intermediate scale quantum computers, and the green one is with fault correction, so general quantum computing one. And in the 2018, there is a, I think, very influential paper by John Preskill that he brings forward this term NISQ, maybe as an alternative to the fault tolerant quantum computing one, because this is only my suggestion or maybe my take at this point, because we doesn't have yet these quantum computers that have we doesn't have yet this quantum computer which have very high error correction code, but maybe with this fault tolerant, with this NISQ, we can do something with quantum computers, and we can see this from previous emerging technologies like nanotechnologies. We can see that this computing imaginary of the future really plays a role on shaping the field. This is the paper that I talk because in the beginning of this paper, he says something like this. So he made up a new word to describe a feature that he subscribes to. Because the fault tolerant quantum computing is still a distant dream, maybe we have a dream that more closer to us. And this is maybe also interesting to see how these researchers contextualize their findings with their field. Because quantum computing is not a field that's defined by very rigid boundaries, photonics, and every branch of physics can claim that they working towards the quantum computers or quantum technologies. This is what I found, because the red one is the field is not only important for quantum computing or quantum technologies, but also for other fields. But the green ones, they said that their field, for example, photonics, is really important to the advancement of quantum technology. So this is how the attitude of the researcher in the field. So this is my temporary conclusion. I see that maybe there is two time frame of this dynamics of expectation in the field. Maybe the early one and the late one, and you can see when you compare the early and the recent one, you can see some differences. And yeah, this is my next question to answers: how this development unfolds, how these dynamics comes to be. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Really good on time too. 1, 2, 3.
So you talked about, the fact that new words arise in the academic circles to basically recontextualize the research that is done. And I have to say, it's something that I also experience in the realm of physics, but, fundamental physics, in the sense that, there was spintronics that appeared in the 2000s, and now there is like this inflation of all of these tronics. Like there is straintronics, there is twistronics, and the list goes on. and it seems to be like a broader trend. So have you looked into, this phenomenon of these new words that arise in the different communities in a wider context? Have you looked into this actually?
Thank you for the really good question. I think I have not yet really looked into this evolution of word and the emergence of new word in the context of development of science and technology. But we know that, for example, nanotechnology is also new word. It's new word. It is not like in a dictionary you have nanotechnology, but it is something that people somehow agreeing this is nanotechnology and this is the umbrella that we are working under. So yeah, this is the main way of work.
Thank you for your talk. Very interesting. And just one question, because the applications and use cases you were talking about, very interesting. It's a very similar, like what we also see. So how much granularity do you plan to add, or is this like the level you want to stay with, or how much do you want to differentiate between the different use cases? Because you had, for example, like decarbonization. I would say decarbonization is more like a group of use cases. So do you plan to go there more in detail, more diversified, or do you see also value in going more with the broader categories?
Okay, so how do I categorize these use cases?
Yeah, and do you work like at that? Sorry. Yeah, and do you plan to like stay at that level, or do you plan to like have more granularity in that model?
Oh, okay. So I plan to have at least like a 3 level of granularity. One of them is you have at the both and very abstract and very tangible, and I have this in the middle, in between. So I think I will work with those granularity.
Yeah, also thank you for the talk and the interesting topics that you're dealing with. I was wondering about your database because the numbers you have are usually quite low, right? You have sometimes just 1 or 2 there. So how sure are we, or can you be that we are not just like measuring noise? Like how significant are really the results to take like overarching conclusions from this? Because yeah, again, the numbers seem very low to me.
I use the Web of Science database, and then from each year, from 2007 to 2024, I only samples the 10 most cited articles because of the numbers are low, but it is done to manage the number of the articles that we have to analyze. But because we are analyzing at least the most cited papers, I think it is influence. It have a big influence in the academic sphere. It's not that yeah, the conclusion maybe if you see towards the more quantity, it's not from the numbers, it's very low, but from how we samples the papers, I think it gets some foundation to stand on.
I need to get my 10,000.
We don't move a lot anyway. Yeah, thanks. That makes it clear, right? But of course, there is still some bias, right? Why not the 11th paper? Why the top 10? And depends on how small it is. And also, now that you mentioned this, you say the most cited papers. Of course, this citation happens in the years afterwards.
Yeah.
So it might be that there's a paper which has been cited or written 2018, but cited only after 2022. So how valid is to really put a time scale and say this trend was there in 2018 because there were like 3 papers in the most cited, but the citations might have happened way earlier. Yeah. What do you think about that? Yeah.
Question. Especially in the recent years, 2020 and upward, I think the citation number is a little bit low compared to the previous article. But we also look into what kind of articles that we are analyzing. So we have this not only research reports, but also reviews, and you have in some journals you have outlooks. So I think these outlooks and review papers has summarized how, as a field, how we can move forward in the field. Did you get what I mean?
Not quite. I mean, it's still read the sentence.
Yeah.
But we can before you need to run again.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. And I understand your point on this. If you're doing a more interpretive study, we don't care about generalization, but I think if it's going to be a more positivist classic view, I think maybe that's a question I would have. But then this is a comment on maybe how to continue expanding this, because I think it's really interesting. And something that is happening a lot in science communication today is that there are external parties who are summarizing papers for others to read and to be aware of this. And there are many companies where you just send your paper and they do a very short summary of this, and then they say, yeah, we will communicate it so people know about it. So I think it's also interesting to compare how much of the paper is actually respected in those summaries, or whenever they appear in the media, how much the media really accept. And I was wondering, and this is my question, are you also controlling for, I mean, it's hard to control, but the appearance of generative AI in between of these, if there has been a change or not in the way it's communicated? Because I think that more and more papers are today written with that. So maybe there is also a problem that it's not even from the authors on how they write, but on how the generative tools are actually writing this.
Yeah. How do you control it? No, I have no control of that. But I think what I'm saying is very, because we have this discussion with yesterday, because when people write about these parameters in the papers, and when people try to extrapolate their findings, it's not that they fully believe in this extrapolation, but otherwise, this extrapolation has effects on those fields, right? The adjacent research groups can, the research groups working towards that, maybe we can also jump into that board. And from this analysis, we can see that the feelings in the field is that we have this train that goes, and we have to jump into the train. This is my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. My question would be back to actually this numbers and analyzing. I would think that even if you choose the most popular papers, if in the end you only have like one paper, it would be interesting to keep actually how many citations it was. So like the absolute numbers, or normalizing, because it is too low. So then those variations in citations might still give some insight. And then I thought it was a very interesting comment on generative AI, because that is washing kind of how we develop the language. And I would say that maybe it will be hard, I could imagine, to take it into account. What one could try to do is like, I have no idea how, but that's just like, I'm thinking, I'm brainstorming while talking. So maybe one could ask questions differently. So instead of maybe one would have to include like a whole phrase, even broader, which you did with like the applications. And because suddenly just a phrase would be so used, and everyone, I mean, we will lose the nuances, because of generative AI in making it so easy to produce a paper. So everything that would be more general description would be repetitive. So there would be only a part of the paper actually that would have a value for the progress, and that I would say would impact the development of the language. It will probably slow it down on that, because the generative AI will not be inventing a new way. It is just recycling stuff. I mean, it can't invent a word that have not been there, and maybe in the future. So I was, yeah. So maybe you can comment what you think about normalizing your, or if you tried to do that, and if the message was different, and then like, will you like brainstorm with me how we could overcome this AI aspect? Yeah, so like.
For the comments, I think maybe for some clarification, like my study is not like it's not a it's a qualitative study, but I use these numbers to guide me where should I look into in more details. So this is only the thing that the preliminary findings, and these numbers can guide me into analyzing more deeply into the thing. But this still follow the comment from you. And from the generative AI, I still don't convinced that we can distinguish which is the piece that written by humans and generative AI, especially in these promises, because it is very forward-looking, and the words that used in these promises are very general. You know, it's not very specific what you are promising, but it is like in this application you can use that. I think it's very difficult. But if you have idea how to distinguish or how to maybe you have this is the start of generative AI, and after this we have this maybe some noise from the generative AI, maybe we can take that into account. But I still don't know how to take that into account.
Okay, thank you, Unggul.
Welcome to my presentation about narratives about quantum technologies. I know we heard a lot already about the communication that's going on about quantum technologies already. We had Ignacio with the metaphors, then a lot of talks about frames and whether there is hype or not, etc. So I thought I will present the work of my team with Victor Zutter, who is also here, postdoc on our project, and then Charles Ma also worked on that part. He cannot hear, unfortunately, but yeah, maybe a bit about who we are and what the project is I'm working on. It's called PushQuantum, funded by Chance. We are collaborating with the university in Copenhagen, the Charité in Berlin, the university in Lund, and then it's us at the university in St. Gallen. And we are, of course, also investigating the societal, the legal, and the ethical aspects about quantum technologies. Without further ado, what my team in St. Gallen was focusing on in the first project part were the narratives in specifically the business communications, like the media and news outlets, and in governmental documents. Why these three domains? Because these are like parts of like the public discourse, the public sphere. So looking at these domains, it's a good orientation how the discourse looks, and why narratives, the way that technologies are being discussed in the public domain, of course, can influence public opinion, policy making, or even investment strategies. And a lot of people right now, of course, are comparing, quantum computing, especially with, for example, AI in the 70s or 80s, and are afraid of a quantum winter. And that's also why it's so interesting now to look how the discourse is going on when it comes to these technologies. And of course, effective communication is also crucial for public acceptance and the diffusion of innovations, etc., and therefore also for their responsible adoption. So the way we communicate about technologies really also can affect their responsible adoption. I'm not going to talk about everything that we did. I picked out a specific study that we presented at the International Conference for Information Systems end of last year. It was specifically looking at the narratives in media coverage. Yeah, this is the paper. There's the QR code if you're interested in reading it, the full paper. But I'm also going to dive deeper into what we found today. So we looked at bigger news outlets. We analyzed, for example, the Washington Post, the Economic Times, the Daily Telegraph, and all the media outlets you can see here, basically comparing 4 countries. So we compared the UK for Europe, in a sense, and the US, India, and China, to have like this cross-country analysis in a way. And we picked out 2 news outlets with like a broader reach for each of these countries. So in the end, we collected 2,331 news articles over a time span of like 20.
Oh, sorry.
Doesn't matter. Over 20 years, or a bit more than 20 years. And for our analysis, we applied BERT topic modeling and then also qualitative screening of the topics that we derived to then formulate these narratives. And we had 54 topics that we were able to get with BERT topic modeling. And then we found, 6 overarching narratives. That is correct. Yeah, we also applied sentiment analysis because it's also a part of a narrative that it has to evoke emotions, and that's why sentiment analysis is quite handy to analyze narratives, so that we can say, okay, this topic, this narrative is more positive, negative, or neutral. So the 6 narratives that we found were these, you can read here. So the national tech strategy narrative was focusing on the plans of nations to advance quantum technologies, to dive into these topics. And it was really emphasizing the technology perspective from a national and domestic politics perspective. It discussed the need for example, educational programs in STEM, and explains different fields of possible applications, such as space exploration was actually a quite big one, and the application in the military context, or of course, like the computational capabilities of quantum computing and for which industries it could be useful. And overall, this narrative was really about sort of strengthening a country's expertise to ensure, and that was quite important and stood out, to ensure the national growth, economic prosperity, and national security to become a technological leader. Then the second narrative we found was about global politics and tech competition. And this one really highlights the race. I mean, everyone in this room knows it. Highlights the race for technological superiority. So showing how quantum advancements play a critical and central role in these global power dynamics. It was referring a lot to the tensions around Taiwan and then Chinese territorial claims, for example, or strategic defense alliances like AUKUS in the Indo-Pacific, etc. So this narrative really paints a picture of a world where technological advancements are closely linked to these geopolitical strategies. Then the third one was about commercialization. So this really centered around industry leaders like Google, IBM, Microsoft, heavily investing in quantum developments. Of course, here the focus was again on quantum computing primarily. And it sort of encouraged progress in emerging technologies and commercializing these. Then the security and regulation narrative. It mainly revolved around the cybersecurity threats and the need for strong policies to protect digital infrastructures. It was really pinpointing towards measures that the government should take to secure when the quantum technologies are evolving, sort of. And it was really sort of painting the picture, okay, what needs to be done in the case that we have a commercially scalable quantum computer. And then there was the science and technical aspects narrative. This was just explaining the basics of quantum mechanics, like superposition, entanglement. And then it was explaining how these principles are applied when it comes to new technologies and what possibilities this would bring to several industries. And then we had the people and society and culture narrative, which was exploring sort of the societal impacts of quantum technologies, such as changes in job markets, what this would mean for like the broader general public. And they were also tapping in these like responsible integration topics, etc. And it sort of also pointed out the importance of a knowledgeable workforce. Yes, that being said, this was like a very brief overview of the narratives themselves. And what we also did then was we looked at the narrative evolution over time. And that was quite interesting because at the very beginning, we could see that the prevalence of the societal and scientific narrative was bigger. And then when we look like at when time passed and we reached like 2016, we could see a switch in the, like, I would say, media coverage, focusing more on these national tech strategies, global politics, and tech competition narrative, and also the security and regulation narrative increased quite a lot. So that was quite interesting for us to see. If we look at the sentiment differences, we see the splits over each of the narratives, and then also the comparison between the countries. It's not too much of a surprise, I guess, that India and China have a more positive like media coverage compared to Great Britain or the US, for example. And then we can really see the commercialization narrative had the highest positive sentiment, and then of course the global politics and tech competition narrative showed the highest levels of negative sentiment, which is again very interesting to keep in mind if we look at the narrative evolution over time, because of course this narrative is now the one with the highest prevalence, right? So that might be a bit critical if it continues to take up a lot of space in news. Yeah, what we also had in the paper was the sentiment differences between all of the topics that we found. That's what you can see here. I just included it into the presentation because we talked about a lot about, like, is there a hype around quantum computing or not? Quantum computing was topic 4, meaning it had a high prevalence in the overall news coverage, and it also showed a quite high level of like positive sentiment. So overall, we could say that news coverage about quantum computing is quite positive. If we compare it, for example, to quantum computing communication, still quite positive, and also not really negative. I have to point out here that this topic specifically mainly appeared in Chinese news coverage, so they were very, very like not critical and uncritical. And then we have post-quantum. Why is this always post-quantum cryptography, also like less positive and more neutral, right? But overall, we can say that news coverage has more a tendency to be neutral to positive, right? Yeah. So what we found as like a conclusion, I already talked about the mainly neutral to positive sentiment news coverage. Then we saw a global imbalance in a sense. Of course, like local media is mainly talking about things that like are relevant for their readers, but we saw underrepresented regions from the global south, and we argued that there's a need for a more inclusive and democratic discourse in a sense. Then, of course, this shift in the narratives stood really out. So from like a scientific and societal aspects that weren't quite prevalent at the very beginning of our analysis to this more geopolitical and economic impacts that are being discussed. In our opinion, this really highlighted like the competition and the security arguments that are going on, like in different kinds of technological contexts, of course, but coming from a responsible innovation perspective and applying this like this lack of societal aspects can be critical. And of course, also this decrease in coverage of these more technical aspects risks sort of under-informing the public about the functionality and the practicality of the technology. And we argue that a more balanced discourse would be better. Yes, and then for future directions, I guess it would be beneficial to have a more domain-specific analysis, meaning looking more specifically at what is the communication about quantum computing, quantum sensing, or quantum communication would be a good way to go. And then also our analysis is rather descriptive, so we cannot make statements about the effects of the narratives, of course. So maybe doing this in an experiment would really help communicators to say, okay, this narrative helps, this one doesn't. And then I guess it would also be very interesting to look more closely at like misinformation or misconceptions about quantum technologies and like really news coverage, because this is what reaches the general public, right? Yeah, looking at what is missing in the discourse would also be nice. Then the question, what does hype really mean? I know that you're tapping into that domain. In my opinion, it would also be very interesting to investigate what is the, like, when is hype negative? Like, is there something like a hype loss, maybe even? Because this would be super interesting for like corporations and stuff. And yeah, maybe we can learn from AI. So analyzing where AI did go wrong in terms of communication would also be very interesting. That being said, I just wanted to point out that like communication analysis is always very interesting, but we already have these tools to communicate responsibly, right? You mentioned them previously in your presentation. I just wanted to point out that like in risk communication or strategic communications, there are useful strategies you can use in your science communication. So stuff like two-sided communication, presenting both positive sides or positive aspects and negative aspects, risks, for example, or limitations, always helps to, you know, communicate in a clear way, then acknowledge uncertainty. This worked very well during the pandemic. Just saying what you don't know already helps with, like, you know, avoiding too much speculation. And yeah, tracking public sentiment, in my opinion, is very helpful, because then you know what like the current sentiment like is to certain topics, and then always be transparent, for example, right? So clearly communicate limitations, and maybe also realistic timelines help. So this is just like from a communication perspective, these are useful tools you can already use. And that was it.
Thank you, Zeki, for providing all the information needed to attend this event. I really enjoyed it. So today I'm going to try to speak about how anthropology might bring some kind of added value in these interesting reflections that we had in these last 2 or 3 days about responsible quantum development. So as an anthropologist, of course, I bring my own discipline. Okay, so first of all, where I'm working at the Bruno Kessler Foundation. It's a research foundation in the northern part of Italy, near the Dolomites. As you can see, there are many different centers. Actually, the Bruno Kessler Foundation has, let's say, a humanity soul, where you see it in green color, with the historians, the Institute for Public Evaluation Policies, the Center for Religious Studies, where I worked for 6 years, actually, before this. And the more, let's say, technological part, dedicated to AI, to augmented intelligence. I'm now working at the Center for Sensors and Devices, where we do actually applied physics. And the interesting part is probably the fact that we have many facilities. For example, we have a clean room that is now shifting from 1,400 square meters to 2,000 square meters. So we have the possibility to actually apply research in a very, very practical way. So why does an anthropologist actually reside in this kind of center? Well, first of all, do anthropologists exist? Yes, they exist. I've been doing this job for 20 years, more or less. Started off with, well, when I say anthropology, I put this picture of Branislav Malinowski, because normally when you say anthropologist, you think about, yes, this kind of, it's a white male, maybe, you know, surrounded by tribes who are, of course, their skin is darker, etc. That kind of anthropology is over. It actually died, I think, more or less in the 1980s of the last century. So actually, what I do, I apply a typical anthropological methodology to research. What is anthropological methodology? Participant observation. So you can see a little bit what it is made of. Of course, it's like the basic, but I will just say first you define a field. The field could be anything. You can study a group of people, you can study a neighborhood, it could be a geographical space, it could be a cluster of age, it could be a social class, so it could be anything. Then you prepare it. How do you prepare? When you study, you read about what has been said on the topic or similar topics, if the topic is totally new, but no topics are new. Anyway, so you contextualize your field, and then you need to enter a field. So a field is basically a field of interaction of humans. Okay, so you enter. That's, I think, the hardest part, at least for me, because you need to, you need to be accepted. And so you have to get contact. Then people are normally suspicious, because why would you want to, why would you want an anthropologist sitting, for example, at your dinner table? Nobody wants. But then, so it's very slow. Actually, then what you do, you have to adopt practices. What does it mean? Well, you have to basically share the same space-time with the people you're studying. So you do, mostly you do the same thing. So, for example, if I study a lot of religious communities, or for example, what you do is do the rituals with them, spend time with them, go to the same, of course, places, etc. You read the same things, you participate. Why? Is this really science? Well, this refers to this aim, which is having the emic and etic perspective. What does it mean? Well, so normally when we look at people, of course, the other, we have an etic perspective. We describe them from the outside, which is the word, originally the word ethic means this, the behavior from the outside. But when you share the same space-time with a certain group for a certain amount of time, this is of course decided by the anthropologist or the needs of the field, then in that case, you also adopt an emic perspective. So both perspectives, the emic and the etic, actually give you the enhancing of an observation. So you can kind of like describe something from the outside, but you're also describing it from the inside. How does it feel to basically be in that community, in that place, in that time, etc., etc. Then, do we do surveys? Well, sociologists, which are our main enemies, I'm just joking, They do. We don't like each other, okay? I have to say. They love surveys. They do surveys all the time. And surveys, well, we call semi-structured surveys, which don't really give us the real information we want, because normally the real, of course, people, for example, if I ask Zeki something about an opinion right now, on something he can tell me his opinion, and then in 30 minutes, if he's maybe tired, he will answer something different or a variation of that. So I really consider the semi-structured survey very important. It's important, it accompanies the observation, but the very important thing is observing behavior. So actions, agency are more important than words, what they, especially when you're asking, because, you know, you also use devices like, I don't know, you record them, you make pictures, whatever, you make videos, so people are always acting differently, of course. Then finally you exit the field, and then you can compare your field with other fields that are correlated, then you extract the information you were looking for. Not always you find it, of course. You produce knowledge, which means basically not really writing an ethnographical work, but it's actually debunking what you thought before going into the field. Because most of the times, when you enter a community, what you expected is not that to find, is not what you really found. Well, these people are people that I studied, actually. The pictures are like this because they are also part not only of academic research, but also I was also a reporter for a long time, so it's also journalistic, for example, material. So as you can see, I started off with religions. I'm obsessed by religion. I really like religions, and I have tastes. Anyway, 10 years ago, I started actually exploring other fields. So not necessarily religions, but actually I shifted from religions and technology to more technological impact. But what I wanted to stress in this specific event is that we have asked all the time, what is the impact of a technology on people? But we never ask what has caused or has produced that technology that is having an impact. That technology is produced by the people. So at the end of the day, we can ask ourselves what is the impact on people, but what about the origins of that technology? What is the vision behind it? Why is it produced? Why is it I don't know, followed? Why is it enhanced? So this is another question. At the end, the answer can only be that any kind of technology is a form of social knowledge, physics, quantum, whatever, and that it entails practices, it entails conflicts that we already have, it entails compromises. This example, the example of the bicycle, is, she was mentioning the bike before in her presentation. Well, this is the first bicycle. The first bicycle was, of course, the product of a certain vision of the world, because who could actually ride this bicycle? Could it be ridden by, I don't know, a woman with a skirt? We are at the end of the 19th century. The answer is no, of course. Could it be ridden by a child or an old person? No, it was made for young male, and then basically, so it basically reflected some kind of ideas of a society and of a technology. So what I want to say with this is that probably we have to consider that not only the impact of a technology, like something that comes from outside and is put into society, that doesn't really work. We cannot consider the, how do you say, the chain of production of a technology that is made by humans. Okay, this is also something we can consider. But at the end of the day, the whole world we live in, the objects we use are the result of a constant co-production. In a sense, we are our object. Our evolution as humans is basically determined by the objects that progressively we integrated in our everyday life. And that made us different. I mean, today, we think that we are modern humans like 200,000 years ago, but we're not. We're not that, I mean, we are a different kind in a sense. So humans and objects are a co-production, okay? They are kind of like a universe. So can anthropology be useful? This is the real question that I was saying, to address technology at large and quantum technology in particular. I think yes, And I say yes to both questions. I will give you some examples of the last research. The research was about developing a technology for elderly. It was basically it was an app. The idea behind it was a proof of concept, so it was a spin-off from a ERC. The idea behind it was, can we help people who started off with an analogical pictures and some kind of analogical memories, can we make them, help them shift into the digital world? So can we design something for them to help them give the narrative of their biography? Can we help them, for example, interact with the younger generations, etc.? So it was an interdisciplinary team with software developers, mathematicians, philosophers, anthropologists, and we started off with fieldwork. So we went inside retirement homes, then we created a fieldwork that was fieldworks are not closed, they're not clean rooms. For anthropologists, fieldworks are open systems, okay? So in one way, we entered the field like physically, like hospitals, retirement homes, but we also use our connections. So we actually observe the behavior with technology, with the already use technology with our old relatives, friends, whatever, volunteers, etc., etc. We adopted here a biosocial perspective, which was very problematic because, I mean, studying the elderly, what does it mean? How am I different from old people? Am I different, or from, I'm not so different, but anyway, am I different biologically, or am I different socially? So biosocial perspective helped us kind of to say, okay, old age is not only biological, it's not only social, it's some kind of mixture between us. It was difficult because, of course, the problem was that basically we needed to debunk the ultimate and last discrimination of our contemporary society, which is aging. Because we have kind of like deconstructed some of the discriminations typical, for example, race, gender. At least we try to acknowledge that we have it, but with aging, it's impossible because it is normalized, it is thought to be universal. It is pervasive, it is invisible, etc. Oh, it's a biological process. So aging is. But what we found during the field was actually that it was not so. I mean, it was a biological process, but it was completely different according to the person. Not only, sorry, I have to go back. Not only was different, but what we were looking for some specific needs of the elderly to have a technology that would connect them with, for example, their young relatives. But at the end of the day, they did not want that. So in the fieldwork, we found that what they needed was to connect with their peers. They needed some kind of something that would help them have a more social life in the present. They were not so focused on the past. I mean, as researchers, we were like, oh, of course, they are focused on the past and their life story. Wow, that's so cool. We give them. No, they didn't really care. Some of them didn't really want to remember. And some of them, when we were asking for example, this picture is a picture of a lady and her husband. We're asking for a picture, give me your picture, the analogical. Some of them were like, no, why? Because I don't want to remember. So we changed actually what we did. The final product was different. It was not a product of, focused on the past, but it was kind of like a product that would protect them from the advertisement and the exploiting of the data of the typical social network, but looked like a social network for peers. Okay, this is going to be very quick because I am running out of time, maybe. Okay, 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so another thing we're doing now, and we're going to finish in May, is actually an observation about how LLMs are treated, are thought of by young people, youngsters. So actually here we had two different perspectives. Again, it's an interdisciplinary research with the engineers from the University of Trento and myself. So they have their objective was actually to see if by fine-tuning the LLMs could apply knowledge acquired in one area and apply it with an association process to the other area. For me, it was interesting to look at how actually humans and young humans in particular were building their trust and faith towards the LLMs. So basically, I entered again a field, so a classrooms, and I just observe. So I did not do real surveys, but I observed. Then I was informally chatting with teenagers. And what we got, for example, here is that they are building like a totally utopian, aconflictual kind of interaction. Okay, so because it is a disembodied entity, it looks like it's the truth, perfect. Okay, it has no confidence. Plus, LLM actually do agree with you all the time. They will never contradict you. So they're starting to, you know, I am beginning to speak like ChatGPT. This is a sentence that one person told me, because they are getting used to having non-conflictual dialogues, which brings them some hardships when they do actually interact with real people. Because we people have many conflicts, of course, because we bring our biographies, our bodies, etc. And so this is one thing happening. Okay. What about quantum? I'm going very fast, sorry. So about quantum, I want to suggest that we can work in the same way. That is, for example, we are working on agri-tech in FDK, and we are actually already involved in developing, for example, systems for monitoring the toxins in milk and dairy products. But again, I mean, there was a beautiful book by Gayatri Spivak. It was titled, "Can the Subaltern Speak?" So with subaltern, I don't mean, as Spivak was meaning, former colonies or global south, but I mean, what about people who are just addressed to say, okay, so I have to find you because I have the technology here, so please take it and pay it. The subaltern in this case are the people who we need to give voice, because maybe what we can find out if we go with farmers in Trentino, we have a big development of apples and wine production, and they are all farmers, right? What we can find out is, first of all, that people are leaving, you know, the rural areas, and this is a big problem now. And also that maybe they have different needs, maybe they need different sensors, maybe they need sensors that we did not think about, okay? Maybe they need some other things to kind of like help them continue with this activity. So at the end of the day, I think it's really important to look at people and groups, but at the end, and also give them the word. Thank you very much. We have one question.
Thank you for the talk. Maybe just one question. So you guys said, okay, we need, I mean, finding applications for quantum is a huge. Obviously, we are more searching for problems which can then apply our technology to, which is a little bit ridiculous, because normally the idea is like we have a problem and then we have technology and we develop technologies. Do you think that there is a certain level of knowledge that people should need to have to ask before? Because from my perspective, it would way more sense to ask not what do you need for application of sensors, because if I go in rural areas, and most of the time I would say they don't know what a sensor is. If I go just like here in the city, if I go to quite educated people, they also don't know. So do you think there is a certain level, or do you think it makes actually sense really to ask people without any pre-knowledge? Because my theory would be that we more need to ask not for like what do you need, because they don't know what they need. We don't know at the moment what they need, more what's your most complex problem. And then maybe just as continuing, for example, finance, one project of that kind in Thailand, I think.
We did exactly that. They were going into the rural areas and basically asked for the biggest problems, and then they figured to completely different problems, but they never asked what they need, because I don't know. And also, maybe one last point. A second question is, do you really think that there's something like new sensors in that areas, or should we not just try to close the gap to existing technologies instead of future technologies there first?
Thank you, Fabienne. What I think is this. Actually, as I told you, I'm not really keen into asking, oh, do you think this? I observe. So what anthropology does is a picture of like that instant, that social situation, that community is like this. I describe it, okay? So what can be helpful is not asking, do you need a sensor? Because no, they have no idea. But maybe because we, for example, hear about climate change and hardships, whatever, but with a description, with an observation that is participant, you actually get the real life of the people. And maybe you come with in dialogue with the scientists, let's say, you get into a more realistic, how do you say, proposal even for future technologies for that, tailored for that specific community, for example. But until you just go toward, you look on the internet and then you read what's on the newspapers or whatever, maybe in the social media, at the end, you don't really know what it means, for example, today in 2025 to be a farmer in Trentino, Also, for example, in this specific area, they are tied to linguistic minorities. They are tied to some kind of, lifestyle that have been like that for many years. So, and they are now slowly changing. But who wants to do that kind of job now? Are there young people? Are they educated? Are they not? So you kind of need to know at the end, because we speak about society, but society is anything. So what kind of society, what kind of people are we speaking about? Who are they? They have an identity, a story, a language, a culture. They have lifestyles, they have costumes, okay? So who are we speaking with? So if we're speaking about sensors that will help you, for example, detect gases, okay, that are damaging your environment, you need to know where these are going to go. And you also need to know how to speak to these people. Otherwise, there is no way to. Otherwise, again, we do a top-down process in which technology goes into society, but it doesn't really, I don't know. I mean, we are co-produced, but in this case, we are, I think, as we were discussing, we are in time to co-produce it in a more maybe inclusive way, but giving the word, as Spivak would say, to the subaltern. But subaltern is subaltern to knowledge, subaltern to scientific knowledge. Not subaltern in the sense of how she was meaning.
Yes, another question, maybe short and a short answer because of time.
I will try. Thank you. That's very fascinating. I would like to follow up on that research you did with the artificial intelligence and how actually the new generation develops a totally different way of interacting with each other and this non-conflict. Do you plan to do some follow-ups, like how that would, I mean, they are the next generations, like when we talked about, like they would be the ones impacted, they would be the ones adopting the technology. If they develop a language that is averse to a conflict, how they would participate in very vulnerable discussions where they have to bring themselves to the conflicting situations that demands, I mean, challenging their opinions or whatever. Yeah.
So I think that basically you need to stop hiding the processes behind the sophisticated technologies that we use today. Because, for example, like 50, 40 years ago, I would get information from a book, okay, a physical book, okay? But that physical book had the biography of the author, maybe, at the end of the book. I knew when it was published, blah, blah, blah. So that was like really a contextualized information. But now they have a totally decontextualized information, which they treat as pure truth, okay? They don't really question. But they question not because teenagers are stupid, but because the processes behind are hidden, okay? So we need to make, I don't know, probably we need to make during the interaction some kind of previews thing saying, maybe ChatGPT or whatever, Gemini or whatever element, say, okay, so I got this information, but stating it clearly, okay? Like this, you need to, I mean, because you're, of course, a researcher, but you need to repeat it. You need to tell them how this actually works. Okay, you need to. So we don't have. They are disembodied. They are disembodied. Fine, but you need to contextualize that information because otherwise, then they think that somebody's telling them, "Oh, you're still right," and even hallucinations because he wants to give you, wants to agree with you. So it's almost going towards hallucination. Then you need to kind of like make them aware of this risk. Also, because what you do is actually when these people were saying, "I'm beginning to speak like ChatGPT," ChatGPT has a very, how to say, typical and recognizable way to reason. Like, for example, at the end, he says, does a summary, he summarizes everything, right? And so again, I mean, if we interact and we speak, at the end of the day, we get that kind of language, and it's going to change that. So they need to be at least informed. How does it work? Where did this information come from? And how does actually the tokens and the words come out of it? We need to maybe do a course in schools. I don't know.
Great, then. Thank you and applause. And then, yeah, next presentation would be Faisal Waleh from the Charité in Berlin. Stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Faisal Waleh, and I'm from Charité, the medical university in Berlin. And I have a background in studying management information systems, SDS studies, which is science and technology studies, as well as like the sociology of technology, which I only learned today that we are arch nemesis with the anthropologists. So next time I'm going to come armed with knowledge, but still. Anyways, so what does a guy who has a background in MIS and SDS doing in a hospital studying quantum technologies? Well, when I'm not dealing with the imposter syndrome, the answer is that I study relationships. So I study relationships with people. And in this context, the relationship that we're studying is obviously the patient and doctor relationship. But human relationships are often changed with technologies. In this specific case, we're studying how they're changing with clinical decision support systems. And there are many decision support systems. They've been around since computers have been a thing, usually focused on managers and CEOs, how they're using these systems to help them make decisions. But doctors also use them. And another part of this actual relationship that we're including is the people who develop these systems. So in our case, quantum scientists. This is the exact thing that we're studying. We're studying relationships and how they're affected by the technology. So for the actual quantum aspect, we're specifically trying to cover how do quantum computers and more possibly quantum AI is basically changing that. So the phrase that has been often repeated and throughout these past few days, the transformative potential of the quantum technologies. So these, of course, the obvious connotation is that they're going to be better, they're going to be faster, and they're going to be disruptive and change things. And one of the main things that we're trying to like investigate is if it's a tool or if it's an actor. And this also depends on how it's like implemented in this relationship. So here's a very like brief crash course into so many different quantum applications in medicine. This isn't necessarily quantum computing. And actually, if you were to like think about quantum application medicine, they go back to the 60s and 70s. So many different imaging technologies, such as NMR and MRI, actually employ quantum principles, though they aren't necessarily with the quantum technologies of today. They're not considered that. So it's not anything new when it comes to medicine in specific, but these are quite a few of them. And again, it's like the transformative potential of that to revolutionize medicine, and it's basically blank whichever sector or industry, and it's going to change everything. And it's the same with medicine. So what we're trying to do is basically focus on three different aspects. So this is starting with the patient side, and we're trying to see patient perception. And basically, in a nutshell, what they think of this technology if it's being used on them, because they're like the end recipient of these technologies. So we're also investigating like their personality traits, things like extroversion and introversion, and acceptance of uncertainty, for example. Other things like locus of control. Do they have internal or external locus of control, as well as technology affinity, just how much do they know about the technology, how much do they use the technology, and all of these are different factors in accepting a new technology. Specifically, if you're a patient, if it's about your health, if it's about life or death, you want to be able to trust this technology. So we're using all of these measurements, and we're creating case vignettes or simulations. So they're more or less glorified role plays, honestly. that we're trying to make as realistic as possible. We're using all the literature out there on quantum technology and computing in medicine to create a vignette of, oh, so you come to the doctor, you have this and this case and disease, and maybe this is what the computer thinks. It's possibly a quantum-powered AI, and possibly the doctor and the decision support system disagree, or if they agree, or if maybe they agree but they have different recommendations. So this is like the different scenarios that we're trying to build and see people's perceptions. How do they accept this technology? And these are like just a little snippet about how the involvement of this technology. So we're not even actually questioning the technology itself, because how you arrange everything around it can change like very meaningfully. So for example, where you place the AI, is it in between, or is it like usable by the actual doctor, or is it before in the background? This has very meaningful impact of how it actually affects the relationship and the decision making. Not just where it is, it's also the level of information a particular system, like an AI or a quantum AI, can actually give you. So if it gives you a lot of information, it can overwhelm you. Too little information, it can withhold from you. There are different aspects as well, like levels of intrusiveness. So for example, there are like, pacemakers. There are little devices that might give a shock to someone's heart that are like implanted in someone's body. There's already research into similar devices for possibly people with diabetes, or people who have seizures, that would like inject them with tiny amounts of whichever drug that helps them, but they're automated. So what happens if that gets also implanted with an AI? So it's not completely analog, where a certain level of sugar drops, and so it gives you the insulin. What if it actually studies your like patterns of when your sugar drops, predicts that based on the model, and then does it preemptively? So highly intrusive, and there was almost no decision making in the process. It made the decision for you. It did not consult anyone. There's also like levels of risk of like, what if someone's like in a life or death situation, of who makes that decision? So there are very like wildly different paradigms of how decision support systems are used in medicine, but specifically more so when it's AI or possibly quantum AI powered decision support systems. Okay, so here I want to take a step back, talking about AI in particular. So again, with the transformative potential of AI, and if you were to just go to any search engines of your liking and just look AI in medicine, you will find a limitless amount of like AI application and their actual true potential. But when like push comes to shove, you will see that it's actually not that like used in a medicine. And this is like some of our first impressions, that actual clinicians, actual doctors, while they are aware of the research, but being very pragmatic people, it's like, if it works, I'll use it, but I don't see any results. So there's something that is called the AI chasm, or the AI gap, which is the lack of adoption. So you have, of course, the early adopters, but then we aren't really reaching the large majority. And there are many reasons, of course, because of the black box nature of AI, as well as how AI works, that it curved fits. So if you train it on data, it will try to make sense of whatever you throw at it. So it'll try to match it with the actual data. So there are inherent problems that just go against any use in clinical settings. And this is where the paradigm that we're trying to also draw. And in trying to think about the lack of use of AI and the potential remedies that can be in quantum computing, or possibly with quantum AI. So it's more theoretical, of course, but this is the other aspects of the relationship where we're asking doctors as well as quantum scientists who develop these very technologies, because we do want them to be involved in this process, and we want to actually see what they think about what's happening. So trying to develop a problem solution paradigm to this, which one of the aspects of AI being focused on generalized medicine, because it usually works on vast amounts of data. But with quantum technology, quantum computing, or possibly quantum AI, it can be very personalized. one of the actually more proven aspects of how quantum computing or possibly quantum AI can work is possibly designing a drug specifically for an individual, for a person based on their very specific biological processes and measurements. So it's not just a drug that's like approved by the FDA, by a major corporation that's for everyone. No, it's for your own individual person. Another thing is, again, as I mentioned, curve fitting, which is trying to match the data or sample with the training data, but actually seek accuracy for whatever issue at hand. And the low dimensionality in being like how many issues at once that a traditional AI model can handle compared to possibly a quantum computer or a quantum AI powered that can handle many different aspects as possible. Think about when a person is sick, they have many different symptoms. They may not completely make sense. This is the high dimensionality aspect. Anyways, so this is a work in progress right now, and we only have very early impressions to share. From the patients, we already can see that demographics play a huge role. The younger, more technologically inclined people tend to trust AI more. There's actually research, like with therapists, that younger people, more technologically inclined, think that using an AI as a therapist, a chatbot, is actually more effective than visiting an actual therapist. They tend to think that they are more empathetic, they are more understanding and actually listen to them as compared to a human being. So the changes about that, of course, is demographics, knowledge, and personality. From doctors, some of the most pragmatic people that you will ever meet, as simple as if it works, it works. If it's not, then I will not use it. And this is like how far sometimes the conversations go. Because yes, you can talk about imaginaries, about possibilities, but it's like, if it works, I'll use it. If it doesn't, I don't care. And then quantum scientists, because they want to be on the safe side, to be skeptical. They don't want to overpromise, overhype. Some of them are like, okay, maybe you can see commercial quantum computers, maybe in 10, 12 years. We've heard from others, hopefully in our lifetime. So they tend to be skeptical, except for some scientists who have a vested interest in corporate interests. They might work with a corporation or founding one, tend to be highly optimistic, though they do not want to use their like academic credentials, so they won't be too optimistic. So some of the discussion points, we can also get into this with the questions, is one of the points is like, oh, is AI or quantum AI going to replace doctors? It's a fear that is, I think, highly unfounded, honestly. Another one is adiaphorization, which is the reduction of something to pure data. In the case of patients, reducing a human being to pure data. Is that helpful or not? And in many cases, if you ask the patients themselves, they do not want to be perceived as just a set of data. They want to be perceived as a human being. So more and more technologies, AI or quantum computing, will it add or reduce from that problem? Of course, then we're going to patient agency. And this is like more technology actually removing agency from patients, or is it actually giving them more power because they also have access to these tools and they also can have access to AI that actually helps them in making decisions? And as well as like the reality of technology, is it going to happen? Is it feasible soon or not? There's an issue of quantum supremacy. Will it only be, will only a few set of countries or corporations have access to quantum computers and quantum technology, thus exacerbating the issue of whether it's economic divide or a geographic and ethnic divide? Other things as interdisciplinarity as a solution. We can already see that one of the points of lack of adoption in AI is because doctors are working on their own, quantum scientists or like AI and computer scientists are working on their own, and we're already seeing that happen once again with quantum technologies, that everyone is in their own very bubble. They can be in the same field, but not in the same specialization, so they will not work together, thus slowing the adoption of technology. And the end is like the responsibility distribution. I think we all know more or less that doctors usually in a medical context have the most responsibility on their shoulders. But in this context, if they're using a black box quantum AI that is indecipherable, that is not very translatable or explainable? How much responsibility is on each party, basically? And so we have 3 forthcoming papers. The most recent one that we're writing with Gina, actually, is a perspective paper on all of this. Hopefully, as soon as it's published, that we can share with all of you. Then we have the other paper that my colleague, Nicholas Horner in Charité, is spearheading about patient-doctor simulations, and the other one about the quantum leap over the AI COSM. And thank you.
So the floor is open for questions. We actually have a question online. I don't know. Do I read it out? Should I just? Oh,
It's more to understanding. So there's a question that can you repeat again why quantum AI may lead to more personalized treatments, but AI cannot do this?
Okay. So this is, as like in our current understanding, that when it comes to the actual results from a lot of quantum simulations of quantum computing, that they can actively simulate very closely biological processes. I think this is especially true in one of the most assured field in quantum computing when it comes to biochemistry, that they can synthesize and simulate actual chemistry processes. And if you can do that, it makes simulating these things for actual individual people and then simulating specific drugs for individual people makes it highly personalized, as opposite to possibly general AI or neural networks that get trained on massive amounts of data that tends to be more curve fitting and tends to try to fit whatever you give it to the original data that it has. This is as best as an answer I can give from a non-computer scientist.
Yes, Adrian.
Okay, I have also a question.
Yes.
I really like this, the different perspectives by the different people. And I'm wondering, in the end, how is it going to be? And a bit polemic, isn't it in the end the one which is working, is legally acceptable, and generating money the one which is going to win? So the more pragmatic approach, isn't it how it often works? Or am I too, I don't know, is it pessimistic? But yeah. So what's your impression on this?
I think my impression, it's more or less like analyzing something by the result. We're in a very early stage of this technology. We've been discussing in the past few days about technological readiness models. And most of the time with quantum technologies, it's very early. So we're trying to see people's perceptions on what should be, in a sense, on what the recommendations are. But when we're 10, 15 years and after the fact and after everything has happened and it's oh, well, this is obviously the best thing because this is what we have, I don't think would do it justice. It's just so happened to be the thing that was the result.
Any other questions in the room? No? Yes.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. I think this is fascinating, especially the personalized medicine. My question is, on the research you are doing, are you looking at how quantum is changing some logic in the decision making? Or is it more just quantum a context and you look more into the clinical decision processes?
I think we're mainly studying the decision support, the decision-making process and the relationships between people. And these things get changed with many different technologies. In this case, we're focusing on quantum computing, as well as possibly in the future, quantum AI. So, and as I explained before, how it changes people's autonomy, how much access to their own decisions and their own, well, in this case, healthcare that they have.
Any other questions? No? Okay, then thanks again, Faisal.
Thank you.
The next talk would be Tobias Denzler from QAI Ventures.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. Yeah, better. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. So what we noticed is that the return of investment in the SDG topic are not necessarily things that have to be perpendicular to each other, but things that kind of can go hand in hand. And a prime example we saw this when we were talking is Calgary. So Calgary is based in Canada, and to make it short, it's kind of the Texas of Canada. It's cowboys, oil, and agriculture. The only difference is it's a bit colder. And a main problem they had there and they're facing there is like a transition away from the conventional industries they're having. So essentially when the barrel of oil price goes down 20%, the economy goes down by 20%, and it's way too volatile and it's not sustainable. So this is one of the reasons why this area, and it's with our partners, that's why we moved there, the University of Calgary, Quantum City, they're very curious about exploring other technologies to kind of build new industries in Calgary itself, being quantum technology, but also help to transition and transform the existing, essentially, industry branches they have there. And what we were tasked with last year, and that in order to doing so, is like organizing a hackathon in Calgary, and we did that last year in October with roughly 100 participants, and to focus like on SDG focused challenges at the hackathon, which are like relevant to the Calgarian ecosystem. So we had different companies coming in from across Canada and outside of Canada that gave us use cases, and we were exploring them. And two very important ones I'd like to mention here. This one goes hand in hand with that energy transition in Calgary. So we were looking at how quantum computing can be applied in order to tackle SDG number 7, clean energy. And in particular, the problem we are looking here is how you place wind farms. So very shortly, like wind farm placement is very, very complicated, because if you have wind farms too close to each other, essentially they reduce each other's efficiency. And this is just assuming the ideal case here. You see very often in the Netherlands that everything is flat and you can put them in the sea. In Calgary, this is not the case because you have the mountains. So you have to take a lot of different features into account. And the other one I'd like to mention is, and it's a very Canadian problem, snow plowing. So I didn't know it myself, but each city in Canada spends roughly $100 million per year just to clean the roads from snow. And nevertheless, everybody's complaining that they're not doing it fast enough. So the city of Calgary, in particular, was very happy that we looked at this challenge. And the problem here is, of course, eventually you want to clean all the streets, but in the morning, you only have a short amount of time to clean the most important ones. And this essentially is a graph problem. So we looked at this, and the city of Calgary liked the solution so much that they invited some of the teams to City Hall to present a case, and are now investigating further how quantum computing can be used in that context. Of course, the grid we can study so far with quantum computing, this is actually the downtown of Calgary, very North American. Like it's something they're curious about and they're investigating further. That is the part about the SDGs. And another topic I would like to talk about, given that we're also based in Basel and we have a very rich pharma and healthcare industry there, is how quantum can be applied to pharma and healthcare applications. We heard a lot about the quantum AI future, but and I will get to that later, but something that I'm particularly very keen of and happy about is quantum sensing, because the technology is way more mature than quantum computing, and we see more and more players in the field that are working with this. So the basic idea is we have different types of quantum systems that can be used for sensing. I highlighted two here: nanodiamonds with nuclear spins on the one hand, and atomic vapor cells on the other hand. And what makes them so great? Well, like they have different pros and cons to existing technology, but the main features are highlighted here. They are very highly sensitive to magnetic fields and its changes. And because the systems are so small, we can get a much higher spatial resolution than we can with current existing technologies. Here you see a rough overview, what can be done for the example of these two technologies where we see. So like some of these technologies are more advanced than others, but in general, given the high resolution and the high sensitivity, it allows us to really study in vivo features in biological processes, which for essentially diagnostics is very, very important. And on the other hand, it allows us to detect features which we cannot detect even so far. Highlighting two of them, using atomic vapor cells for detecting brain waves is a very promising feature. Actually, we're already using quantum technologies to detect those. We're using squids, superconducting circuits. However, the main disadvantage they have is, well, they're gigantic and very, very bulky to use, and there are only a few institutes in the world that can afford them. That's one problem. And the second problem is if there are patients which cannot stand still, usually children, we have no way of getting them to sit in a machine like this for hours to do a brain scan. Another problem is, of course, that this machine doesn't allow you to study any kind of, let's say you have epilepsy and it's triggered by certain external conditions, you can't study this because you have to sit in this isolated room. There is like a company that uses now atomic vapor cells in the UK called Circa. And why do they use atomic vapor cells and why is it interesting is that these atomic vapor cells, they work at room temperature. So all this bulky part you see here is just the cryogenics. I mean, the actual sensor is super small. And what, like when you can go to room temperature, the advantage is A, you can make the whole machine much, much smaller, and B, you can actually fit it to the head. So what you can see here are like two examples, and like it's still preliminary studies, of course, but you can see that even though they work at room temperature, they can detect different brain activities and different triggers, and allows them to investigate things like epilepsy in patients and do better diagnostics. Another very interesting feature is using quantum entanglement. There's actually one of the companies we invested in from Calgary. The idea is essentially to improve microscopy. And what we want to use here is the fact that if we have entangled photons, we can send one of the photons to the sample we want to study, and one photon we kind of keep for ourselves at the mirror. And then we wait for coincidences between those two signals, reducing noise. And when we reduce noise, we suddenly get much, much higher resolution. We need much, much less photons. And why does this matter? This matters because if we have like very sensitive samples in the lab, if we use too much light, we just destroy them. So the less photons we can use to study samples, the better. And the main problem, though, we have with this technology, and this is why it's still like a work in progress, is that essentially you have different challenges, you create artifacts and so on. But we see a lot of progress also on that level. And we see a lot of also hospitals in the local area in Calgary that are already interested in working with them to investigate how this can be used in different tissue samples. Then, yeah, we heard back to quantum computing. We heard about personalized medicine, which here would call precision oncology, but it's only one of the use cases that we see. And of course, drug development. And what we find particularly interesting is we are now moving away from a stage where we have just like academic papers that tell us that there are things that can be done, but we actually see POCs with existing companies that are working on this. In Germany, one very famously Boehringer Ingelheim has a large team of quantum scientists that are working on different issues for like how proteins and ligands interact with each other. Like here you have a specific example of like a protein, which is essentially an enzyme, which is essentially in charge of activating, deactivating parts of the genome. And when that thing goes wrong, you get cancer. And the problem is that the existing methods we have, they struggle in essentially computing simulations, they struggle in describing that. And the main reason for this is, or we have a very rough description of the whole system, then we can do it on a computer, or we want like a highly quantum mechanical description, but then it blows up the computational time. So you have to think like one of these proteins, it's like thousands of different atoms. We can't run that on any computer, maybe only in months. So what they're looking into here together with QCware is, okay, let's take the critical part of this essentially interaction between the protein and the ligand and only put that one in the quantum computer. Because of course, for a quantum computer, protein is too large. And they have like very, very promising results. And they show that it can indeed like use to get a more accurate essentially predictions in the drug design. Of course, it's still a long way to go, but we see like major interest in that. Another one, which is more related to protein folding, actually I can jump to the next slide right away, is computing the force field of different proteins. And well, here comes the more cautious part of being a former scientist. The molecules we can realistically simulate completely are still rather small. So we can see here, like, what can we run? Like, we can look at water, we can look at lithium hydrogen. But the promising news is that it's actually working. And this is not just like some kind of simulator, it's actually run on the IBM machine. So this is a real result of a quantum computer. And you can compare it essentially with existing methods. Yeah, I think this is just another example of what I just mentioned. What I also would like to discuss, and I think we had like some slides before that we are diving a bit into this direction, is not the simulation of chemical processes per se, but using quantum neural networks and a neural network in conjunction with a quantum computer to do image classification. And you can see the need why we need this. I mean, if you look at these three pictures, I guess all of you can very clearly see the difference between them. So this is what a doctor usually sees. And that's essentially where you have different patients, like you have patients here, like a normal patient and like different types of pneumonia in hospital. And essentially we already struggle like humans, we can barely distinguish this. And the interesting part here is, or the problematic part with the existing neural networks and AI tools is that pneumonia may be being a poor example, but we have a lot of diseases that are all very rare, or we have very poor patient data because of like patient data is very hard to get. When like a company like Roche is talking to us about a big study, that means like 50 to 100 data points. I mean, like from a data scientist perspective, we're like several orders of magnitude less. And so we don't have enough data to train neural networks. And this is, of course, where this promise is coming in. This is why players like Roche are studying this, is by combining a neural network with a quantum layer to have less trainable parameters. And indeed, we see like first indicators that they can at least replicate the performance, and that's good enough, because the goal here is not necessarily to outperform the existing solutions, but to need less data and can study more rare diseases. Yeah, very quickly, like just to give an overview, there are also other companies in the field that are part of our ecosystem that look at protein docking and protein folding. There's multiverse computing. They use quantum-inspired algorithms. They're from Spain. Quantify, they're based in Copenhagen, work very closely with Novo Nordisk. And there is like a company with us in Basel that we are very proud of. They're called Moonlight AI, and they come originally purely from the AI space and now also using quantum computing. And what they're doing is essentially, the idea is democratizing essentially the access to technology in other hospitals to study blood samples for cancer treatment. So the idea is you take a blood sample, you run it through the system, and the system tells you there is cancer, yes or no. And in the best case, it even tells you which type of cancer it is. I think, given that we were a little bit short in time, that already brings me to the end of my talk. If you want to reach out to us, there was just like, we are based like close by. We're not just doing life sciences. It was just to highlight a little bit what we're doing. And yeah, happy to take your questions.
So, who has a question? Ah, sorry. I don't know who was first.
Yeah. First of all, thank you. Thank you for being here and the presentation. And sorry for doing this. So, do you remember the presentation from the Boehringer Ingelheim people at the Bitkom last year?
I wasn't there.
Yeah. So they basically said that, yeah, we are studying this. We have a team, but it won't be useful for us for the next 30 years. Do you think that these companies that are studying these topics on a research, prerogative, makes commercial sense, or like, are we telling the story of these companies being involved in these technologies in a manner that is doing justice to what these companies are actually doing or not? And again, sorry for doing this to you.
No, it's good. It's a good question. So I think fundamentally, pharma companies in particular have two different approaches how they deal with a new technology like this. Or they do it in-house, like Boehringer Ingelheim, or they outsource it by having a fund. That's what Novo Nordisk in Denmark is, for example, doing. So they essentially trusted the startups to figure it out for them. And then when they're big enough, they just buy them. The tricky part if they do it in-house is that, of course, they're very, very focused on the approaches they already have. So that's an advantage, of course, because they understand it. But that, from my perspective, that often also leads to kind of like, like you have shutters. So you're not willing to look for alternatives necessarily. So I'd say it's a double-edged sword. I mean, we still, of course, have a far way to go, a long way to go before it becomes commercially viable. And we're not there yet, by no means. But we needed to study it now. And the main problem is, of course, that we need people that are both familiar in the pharma side of things and the quantum side of things, and those people are rare to come by. So I would say if you want to do them justice, maybe we should talk to both of these different approaches. So not just to the BIs of the world that do it in-house, but also to the ones that have research funds and invest externally and get their feedback as well. Because, I mean, Novo Nordisk, there's a clear statement to a commitment to the technology. They just doubled down on their investment fund by increasing the investment in quantum in Denmark by another 100 million. So dollars, not Danish crowns. So there you see there is kind of different companies come to different conclusions. So I think we should also, in all fairness, listen to them. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. And I think it's important to know about venture capitals, because if there is a big difference between the US and Europe is that there is a lot of funding coming from venture capitals. So my question is, based on your experience here in Europe, what are the challenges you have encountered more to define to which companies or in which companies invest?
So, I mean, or maybe two answers. So the first difference is when we talk about investment between North America, in particular the US and Europe, we have to distinguish between venture capital and private equity, which comes later. I would say in venture capital, we are catching up and it's not so bad anymore. In the later stages, we're doing very, very poorly. So like larger ticket sizes, that's usually when the companies leave, then they become too big to attract investments. So when we talk about investments, 20 million plus, that's usually where we are struggling. This is on the investor side. This is on the one hand, of course, culturally driven. Like, I mean, we're based in Switzerland. Switzerland is very conservative when it comes to investments. So, I mean, it's all bank driven. So if they don't see a return of investment in the next 5 years, they don't care. And on the other hand, this is the investment side. On the other side, we have, of course, like how much entrepreneurship is an option and the spirit in the universities. And I would say what always surprises me when you talk to, as I say, in Canada as in the US, is how every professor, while they're doing research, has in the back of his mind, like, oh, maybe we can do a company out of that. Maybe we should patent this. All of them do that. That's very rarely the case in Europe. So, like, I mean, here we are like more like have the opposite sometimes. We have like this, like people are afraid that academic purity, the purity of science gets damaged by too much commercialization. And of course, we have to be careful. We need foundational science. But like this, like if not even the professors who kind of are guiding the students are thinking about it, it's kind of hard to get it as an option. So, but we see that it's slowly changing, and we see what big impact it makes to expose like students to this option early on. I mean, like, hey, entrepreneurship can be done. It is an option because most of them, they have no clue. They don't know what is the job of an investor beyond giving them money. And like there's like fundamental as a lack of education. I would say that's a very big topic because North America, they're taught about this early on. And this kind of then transcends through all stages. I mean, if it's lacking education, it kind of goes all the way up in later like stages of their career. Like we have less people potentially to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one more question, but maybe you can ask it later. I don't know, Zeki, we're already over time. Yes. So later, sorry.
Yeah, so my name is Josephine or Josie Meyer. I'm at the University of Colorado Boulder in the US. I was in person at the conference last year, but wasn't able to come out this year. And going back to the theme of education that you all discussed this morning for you all when it was like 3 in the morning for me, I want to talk about specifically the question of educational metrics and how this interacts with responsible quantum technology. First, I do just want to, given the circumstances, and I'm not sure how much you've been following, but taking a moment to acknowledge how dire the situation is for U.S. science funding right now. As we speak, there is currently a Senate hearing that is for the NASA administrator, space agency, that is the initial proposal is to cut all science funding from NASA by 50%. And this is also going on in basically every other area of science and such. Paychecks are not making it out. People are losing jobs because they send out messages saying, hey, if you respond to this message, you can get bought out of your position. And they had a vacation responder on, and then nowhere in the message did it say respond affirmatively and not by a robot. So I just want, yeah, just so that folks are aware of this. Also, for folks in Europe right now, if you look back in the history, in the era of World War II, the U.S. really built up its educational and research infrastructure in science in particular by poaching scientists that were fleeing persecution under Nazi Germany or were being forced into collaborating with a government they didn't agree with. And that was, of course, a huge loss for Europe, but it was probably a huge win for science. So folks in Europe, you have the opportunity to do the same thing right now. You know, potentially make some good out of this. And if you can get more science funding to poach a lot of the leading minds, you might have the opportunity to really take a huge leap forward for European science. I'll also just point out that I am currently on the job market and would love to get out of the US situation at the moment. So if anyone's aware of job opportunities in quantum education and responsible quantum, please send things my way. So yeah, anyway, getting on to the actual topic of this presentation. Why does educational measurement matter so much? And we're talking about this, having a reliable benchmark to say what's working and what isn't in quantum education. Obviously, if we want to engage in educational policy, we need to have some way of knowing what's working. This is a diversity, equity, and inclusion issue, in the sense that if students are, or if we are trying to, for instance, look at whether we're closing gender gaps or something, we need a reliable way to indicate how bad the gap is and what our progress is doing on closing it. And that requires that we have metrics that are actually validated across a variety of populations and are capable of being able to detect differences that might be a diversity and inclusion issue. And also we want to make sure that students are aware that they're actually getting a degree, and employers are aware that their students have gotten a degree that prepares them for the skills that they want. But most importantly, we can't meaningfully improve something like quantum education unless we have a reliable benchmark to determine whether it's working. The key takeaways I have from this talk is that we have, my team and some collaborators have developed an assessment of quantum computing fundamentals known as the Quantum Computing Conceptual Survey that we will demonstrate is valid and reliable and fair, at least by current standards, usable across interdisciplinary audiences, and metrologically sound from first principles. And I'll just jump a little bit into kind of showing what it means to develop an instrument like this, and what maybe some of the implications might be for the responsible quantum community. So basically, if you're an educator in any case, you've probably asked the question, how can we tell how well my class or students as a whole are actually learning? Did my students ace the final exam because I did something amazing this year, or did they ace the final exam because I wrote too easy a final? And in particular, we want something that's low stakes, like that students aren't graded for, because otherwise then that just measures how much they study. That's research-based, as in we're actually confident that what we're measuring is what we think it is, because it's rooted in fundamental research into like student cognition and learning. We want something that's standardized, so like we can give the same instrument or comparable instrument across a lot of courses and then actually identify what's working. And we want to make sure that this instrument is actually designed with instructors' needs in mind, probably ideally like a multiple choice thing that can be administered quickly outside of class, maybe on a homework problem over an online portal, so that instructors are actually using this and we can accumulate the data sets that are necessary to actually determine what's working and what isn't. So in general, if you look in like the psychometrics literature, there's basically 5 characteristics of a high quality test. I'm going to talk about specifically about validity and reliability. These other ones are, I think, fairly self-explanatory. One that hasn't been talked about as much in the literature until recently, but that's really important, and I'm going to talk about here as well, is fairness. How do we make sure that this actually works across a variety of groups? And this is a particularly big deal for quantum computing fundamentals survey, because we want to make sure that QCCS, we have a predominantly white, predominantly male, predominantly North American sample of students that are taking this in the pilot data. How do we make sure that we have something that actually generalizes to more broader audiences, so that we can actually, again, do things like track equity gaps, and as the workforce evolves and the number of use cases evolves, make sure that the instrument remains reliable. So basically the idea of validity and reliability is kind of illustrated in this dartboard photo that we've got here. So in A here, we have an example of a test that is reliable but not valid. In other words, it consistently gives the same results every time, but those results are not aligned with what you actually think you're measuring. B gives an example of the reverse. You have something that's valid. It's measuring what you want to measure, but there's so much noise that you can't really extrapolate anything except from the largest sample sizes. So what we're really trying to go for is the case of C. And this gets us to the question of psychometric theory. This comes from psychology, where this question comes up all the time, which is, how do you quantify something we cannot directly observe and all we can get is like a test score? So in psychometrics, this will often come up. Suppose you want to measure some quantity, we'll call it theta, that is, I don't know, introversion or some other personality trait that we have good reason theoretically and based on observational studies and whatnot is a well-defined trait, but you can't really put a 0 point on it. You can't really say this from the beginning, this person, you can't have a judge and look at somebody and say, this person is 3 times more introverted than this other person. And we've really got the same thing here, which is, how do we measure student proficiency in quantum computing fundamentals? Anyway, whatever this quantity is, we're going to call it theta. Educational literature often calls this student ability, which is a somewhat problematic term, but we'll, we can discuss that at a later time if people want to. Basically, there's 2 main approaches to this. And historically, the way that this has been done really is honestly pretty problematic for assessment development, both for what this means about the generalizability of conclusions and what this means also for extensibility beyond audiences. So if you're an instructor and you write a final exam and then you, for instance, publish a research paper on this, well, you can just say, I made a test, but we haven't really shown that the test measures anything. Then the way that assessments of student knowledge in science and quantum have historically been done, and there really isn't a current metric for quantum information and quantum computing fundamentals, is that using a technique called classical test theory, which basically is able to prove that the test is reliable. In other words, if I give the instrument out to students a large number of times and they haven't learned anything in between it, they're going to score roughly the same. But that doesn't really indicate that much. For instance, it's far from obvious. Is the difference in score between 4 out of 20 and 5 out of 20 equivalent to the difference between 16 out of 20 and 17 out of 20? Probably not. So you can't really interpret effect sizes. And this is also very dependent on the pilot population. So a little bit more sophisticated, you can go to what are called item response theory models, and you can extrapolate, and you can basically fit a model of what you think the item or each test item, how it will perform, where if you increase theta, how will, based on parameterization of the item, how will student responses do? And this allows us to extrapolate from test scores to underlying trait theta. But this still has the problem that you're basically assuming that your pilot population is representative of the population of people that are going to be taking the survey. These things are mathematically linked in all your estimates. And we can't assume that, especially for something that's evolving very quickly, like quantum computing education. So what you really want is the gold standard of psychometrics, which is to develop a instrument where mathematically you've separated out the estimation of people, which is going to, of course, be very dependent on the pilot population, from the calculation of the item parameters, so that effectively you have mathematically pulled whatever idiosyncrasies lay in your sample pool, in your pilot population sample. You've mathematically separated those from the calculation of the scale itself. And this would be like, for instance, separating the difference between having the kilogram defined by the International Prototype Kilogram, if you've heard about this, where you construct an object, you say it's a kilogram, and you measure it. So your measurement instrument is basically defined by the things that it's measuring. And having it defined on fundamental constants, so that if there's bias in the thing that you're measuring, that doesn't immediately show up in the definition of your measurement unit. This is called specific objectivity. The problem being that the RASH model, which is an item response theory model, but it's a very specific one, is the only model that has specific objectivity. And so if we want this, we basically have to assume that all items can be parameterized by a very simple equation, where the probability of students getting it right, they are not allowed to guess. The probability of them getting it right at low ability has to be 0. And there's a bunch of other properties that I won't really go into here that make this really hard to fit. And historically, the opinion in the science education community has been, we can't do this. We just have to fall back on some of the less ideal ways of doing this, despite the fact that they have real problems, especially for generalizability of data. And again, I see this as a responsible quantum issue. How are we developing our metrics for measuring what's working in education? And the main consensus in a lot of the literature was this can't be done. What I have to share today, and this was the topic of my recent dissertation defense, is that this can be done because we just did it. So I'm going to go a little bit breeze through this, but looking at how we went and developed the Quantum Computing Conceptual Survey. We recognize the need for assessment. I won't go into that, but then the next question becomes, how do you figure out what's actually going to be on the test? So in this case, some of you may have seen a paper out from our group. We polled 65, we sent out a survey and we got 65 responses from introductory quantum computing and quantum information courses. And we basically just, I asked instructors what percentage or which of these topics do you assess in your class, which of these topics are covered. And this allows us to identify a specific subset of topics that are assessed in a wide variety of courses. There's also some that really don't lend themselves to assessment items very well, so we can throw those out. But still, the yellow gives us a pretty good foundation of what we can put on the assessment. And then this allows us to then turn them into assessment objectives, which is basically we expect students to be able to do this if they have demonstrated proficiency in quantum computing fundamentals. So we ended up writing a total of 18 assessment objectives grouped into 5 categories. And from there, we were able to develop assessment items. So now the first question is, now the issue, of course, is that I've just argued before that we have to have the probability that students get it right when they don't have quantum computing fundamentals proficiency needs to approach 0. So this means that we need that the multiple, and if you want to make it multiple choice so that instructors use it, this means that there have to be items, or basically that students' naive reasoning patterns have to be accounted for in the multiple choice distractors, the wrong items. So that if students have a fundamental reasoning error, they will not just guess randomly, but they will instead be drawn to what seems like a compelling answer, and they will select that and therefore get the question wrong. So if we want to do this, we have to pilot all these items first as open-ended questions. So in fall of 2023, we piloted 24 items with 271 students. And I can show some examples of what that looks like, just to figure out what those multiple choice distractors are going to be. So now we have developed some draft assessment items, but now we've got to actually check, is this thing valid? Is it measuring what we think it is? Are we measuring the right constructs? Are the questions fair? Are we actually measuring, student understanding of quantum computing fundamentals? Or are we measuring how well our test aligns with the notation conventions of their textbook? And our students interpreting the items as expected. So here we did interviews with faculty and with students, as well as ongoing student feedback to check these. And for instance, we discovered, that which qubit is on which and which gate is on which side of a tensor product varies from textbook to textbook. So we had to play a lot with the notation to find something that's actually working for students across textbooks. We then did pilot testing for reliability. And yes, we have showed that of the items, 19 of the 20 items, actually all 20, but we're dropping one because it was showing validity problems, so it's not a good item to begin with, exhibited good fit to the Rasch model. These fit indices, you can look into, I'll send the slides if people want to look into them, but the point being that we are basically achieving the good to great level on all levels of fit to the Rasch model. The items themselves are fitting the theoretical curves beautifully. Again, we've shown that so we actually can fit to the Rasch model, which means that we really need to be moving forward. We can't use the excuse that this is not possible. Students themselves are fitting pretty much exactly the distribution that we expect. So we're not having large numbers of misfitting students, which is encouraging for indicating that this actually applies to a broad population and not just the peculiarities of the pilot population. And the test itself has gotten the gold standard of 80% reliability for this over a pretty broad range of latent student ability that pretty much covers almost the entire sample that we've measured. So this is great. I will skip through this next part, but if people want to have ask questions on it, talking about how we look at fairness across different identity groups, you can ask about that in the questions. But basically, to conclude, we have developed this assessment and shown it to be valid, reliable, fair, in the part that I skipped, and metrologically sound from first principles. In other words, we're following the Rasch model. We're not just validating this test works because it seems self-consistent, but we're actually checking this test works because we have shown that we can separate the person-specific idiosyncrasies from the underlying construct. And this has historically not been done in most educational measurement settings. And so just so folks are aware, if you're interested in using this, if you're an educator or something, we are currently doing what we hope to be our last version of round of the pilot right now. And in fall 2025, this will be released to instructors so that anyone all around the world can effectively use this in their college level quantum information science and quantum computing classrooms to actually track what's working. And we can start amassing large data sets to understand what are trends in student learning and how can we use those to better understand and improve our educational systems. Awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's spend something like 5 minutes for the questions. I think, Alex, do you have any? Yeah, I've seen that you're nodding a lot during the...
Okay, so where do we sign up? Like, how can we get access to this test and use it? I mean, you said we can get it in fall 2025, but if there is any quick way, I'm all ears.
Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately right now by institutional review board restrictions, we can't during the pilot phase, we can't be piloting this outside the US, which is really unfortunate. We can send you the instrument. You're welcome to use it with your students. we will be probably posting it on what's a forum known as Lasso once we have it finalized, and that again should be available in fall 2025. Once we put that on the website, I can just ping Zeki, and then Zeki, would you mind forwarding the link then to
I wouldn't mind at all. I would be very happy to do that.
Yeah, because we do want this to be used as much as possible.
Are there any other questions or? Yeah, so Ignacio.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And my question is super short. It's just to be sure that I got it right. So the measurements you did here are for tests that are only where you can select options, or would it be also possible to use to project descriptions or reports and stuff like that?
So the specific test that we have validated is a multiple choice test. However, the methodologies that can be used, like the Rasch model and stuff, that common knowledge in the community said we couldn't do, so let's just compromise and go with more problematic but known doable methodologies. We haven't proven that this can actually be done for things other than multiple choice tests, but the fact that we just did this with quantum computing fundamentals and achieved such good results, and that we actually think they're going to improve with version 2.2, suggests that really moving forward, pretty much any research grade educational measurement tool that we have moving forward in quantum information, quantum computing fundamentals should be able to use these methods, because the construct is well enough defined that these methods actually work.
Then I have a question, Josie. So you have been working on this with the team quite a bit of time, but
yeah,
it's always difficult to do something for the first time. In your assessment, how much time and effort would it take to replicate this for, let's say, quantum communication or quantum sensing or any other topic?
I would guess that anything like this would be on the order of about 4 years. We started with quantum computing because that seems to be where the introduction to quantum technologies seems to be in where students are approaching at the introductory level, also because a lot of the concepts carry over to quantum communications. So if you, and I'm happy to share the draft or the current version of QCCS if people want to see this, you'll see that a lot of the items, they don't actually require that much knowledge of quantum computing. You could probably give this assessment 3 weeks into your quantum computing course, and students will have covered all the relevant material. We're asking questions like, can you move gates from one qubit to another? And really other seemingly simple things that instructors, when you show it to them, think, oh, my students will of course ace this. This is the fundamentals. And then they were like, what? How come the average on this is 55%?
That's cool.
So yeah, a lot of this is pretty generalizable. This is really designed to, it focuses on quantum computing, but basically if you were introducing students to quantum technologies for the first time, not so much sensing, but we expect this to be usable. And yes, these methodologies absolutely could and probably should be replicated. Again, it's not, the fitting the Rasch model is new, and I think something that now that we've done it, we should be doing. But the making of these tests has gone on for a long time. There's a lot of knowledge in the community about how to do it in physics education contexts. And yes, it just takes several years because we need to go through several rounds of piloting to just make sure the items are performing well and things like that.
Perfect. So any other questions? If not, let's thank Josie again. Thank you. And with that being said, this concludes the third day of our Responsible Quantum Technologies event, and hopefully see you tomorrow morning. Not that we start 9:30 sharp tomorrow morning. So for you, we start 9:15. Yeah. And to our online audience, thanks for sticking with us, and have a good afternoon, morning, evening, late night. So see you.